Tēnā koe, oi.
That's what I'm doing. Awesome. Thank you.
Kia ora mai tātou. It's unusual that this particular committee and others start late, but we have not had a quorum. Therefore, we are starting late. I will give those councillors and members a few more minutes to get to their chair, and we will start our meeting. Ata Māori e koutou. I'll just start with our karakia, and firstly my apologies again for starting late, but I know a lot of people had sort of issues in traffic and everything else, but we are here now. Let's pray. Kia hora te Māori no kia whakapapa paunamu te moana hei huarahi mā tātou i te rangi nei aroha atu, aroha mai tātou i a tātou katoa. Hui e tai ki e. May peace be widespread, may the sea be like greenstone, a pathway for us all this day. Let us show respect for each other, for one another, bind us all together. So look, we'll head straight into the agenda, but before we do, I just need Graham and Amanda, if you could both come up here, please. Both Graham and Amanda will be leaving Auckland Council, and firstly I'll go to Graham. Graham has been part of Auckland Council for the last 8 years, and in those 8 years, for 2 years he was GM for licensing, and then 6 years General Manager for PACE. He's chosen to take time with family and looking forward to 2021. Graham, on behalf of all of us, I just want to say thank you so much, not only for your service, but also please pass on to your family our acknowledgement to say thank you for allowing us to have your time. So Graham, thank you so much. I will, after this, ask if you've got to have anything to say for a few minutes. I will let you do that, and then we'll get on to our agenda. Amanda, to you. Again, I know you're going to pastures and you're on another journey. Amanda was with council for 7 years. And again to you, Amanda, to you and your family, I wish you and both all the best for Christmas. And I wanted to buy these flowers for you on behalf of the committee to say both to you, thank you so much for being part of our lives and us being part of yours. It's unusual, Graham, but I am going to ask you to speak first instead of the lady, and the reason I do that is because you've been here a year longer. So, Graham, I just invite you for a few minutes just to see if you wish to say anything, and then I'll hand it over to Amanda. Tēnā kōrua.
Well, kia ora koutou. Thank you, Alf. This is most unexpected, and I really appreciate and thank you for the acknowledgement. So I don't have much to say except to say it's been an absolute privilege to be in this role to work here for the last 8 years and to spend 6 years managing the Arts, Community and Events Department and its predecessor, Community Development, Arts and Culture, and before that, Licensing and Compliance. And I think it's been a hell of a tumultuous ride over the last 8 years. We've achieved a lot, sort of coming in just post the original amalgamation, and I think we're in a much, much stronger state in terms of our systems, processes, and quality of our advice, and we've achieved so very much. I couldn't even start to sort of identify it. So just leave with a great sense of pride and appreciation for the opportunities, and thank you to all of our elected members around the table for your support over this time. So, nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Graham. Amanda.
Morena koutou. Yeah, I'm a bit stuck for words, to be honest, but I just want to say thank you so much. It's very unexpected. I, too, have really valued working at council. I see the impact that we can have at council, such a big organisation. And it's just been a wonderful journey throughout the 7 years. I've worked in areas of safety, homelessness, and then the wider ACE remit, which has just been an awesome opportunity, and I've loved being able to give really good quality advice to our elected members. I'm actually returning to the homelessness work in the homelessness sector. I'm going to be working with Community Housing Aotearoa, so I might be seeing you all in future again. Thank you.
So thank you both. We'll get into agenda. We have a large agenda, and I expect to finish by about 7. So look, I'll just get apologies. We'll get into apologies first. We got His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Sayers, Councillor Stewart for lateness on council business, Councillor Collins for absence, and we were informed why. Pardon? Councillor Newman and Councillor Walker as well. Are there any other apologies?
Over the Mount Eden Station entrances for the CRL, that I think is with 26 others booked for 2 p.m. It might impact on Councillor Casey as well, I'm not sure. But I would like to attend that and then return to the committee, so I just need to table that.
No problems at all. Hopefully we'll at least get through the bulk of it by then. But then it is having a quorum is the big issue for us. But look, at least it's been noted. Councillor Hills, ngā mihi ki a koe as well in regards to the passing. So look, I just want to mihi to you and acknowledge our condolences to you as well.
And I'll just be leaving after lunch if that's all right. Hopefully we've got quorum by then, but yeah, thank you.
Ka pai.
Leaving at 3:30, Mr. Chair. Apologies.
Okay.
So will you.
And councillor Young, I know. Same meeting? Okay then. So let's, look, if we get through this, hopefully we'll get through it before 7. Also, look, I just needed to also let you know with our apologies that Mace Ward, GM, is apology for this particular meeting as he is representing council at a funeral of one of our staff who passed suddenly, and he was a member of the Albany Pools, a lifeguard, so Mace is representing us there. So look, I'm going to move that these apologies be accepted. Can I have a second? Yeah, Councillor Mulholland will second. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Attendance by electronic link. We've got Councillor Simpson. Anybody else that we have? No, just Councillor Simpson. So I will move that we approve electronic attendance. Second is Councillor Cooper. Put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Declaration of interest. I've had none so far. Confirmations of minutes. So Councillor Casey will move. I will second. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Petitions. There are none. Public input. Firstly, I'll just let you know of a public input that I declined, and that is from the Auckland Festival of Photography, Julia Durkin. The reason I declined it is because we're obviously going through the application process and approvals for funding that she receives, and it was it wasn't the right thing to do to accept one, because then we would have had to accept the rest. So that's the one I've declined. There are, however, another, this is our Pacific Music Awards. Malo lava Patrina, malo sui fua. Welcome. Please, if you would come up to the front. I think, yeah, David's going to be alongside you, just in case there's some hard questions to be asked and you get interrogated by the committee. So, Patrina, welcome. And this is around Pacific Music Awards. All yours.
Talofa lava, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Wonderful to see you in person, and thank you so much to Alf and the team for just the invitation and the opportunity to speak. So my name is Patrina Tongi-Saina, and I'm here on behalf of the Pacific Music Awards Trust and our Pacific music community, just to share about our awards this year and our experience, and also to particularly thank you on behalf of everyone for your support. We've had a great long-term relationship with Council, and it's really significant to us. As you would understand, the number of factors that are involved in an event, but particularly obviously financial, that we simply cannot go ahead without that financial support. So first of all is a thank you from our trust, our community, and all the artists that we work with for your long-term support. I thought just a little bit of history in case, for those who don't know, just in terms of how long we've been existing. So our first awards was presented in 2005. We had 6 awards. We were part of the Pacifica Festival, so we were just attached to an event. And then since 2006, we've been a standalone independent event. And we've been held at formerly the Telstra Clear Centre, now Vodafone Event Centre, since 2006. We were formalised as a trust 2007, and essentially 3 out of 5 are the same core trustees who have had a sustained team over that time presenting the event. So 2020, we have 19 awards with presentations and live performances. It's a solid 3-hour-ish event. We've been at the arena within Vodafone Event Centre, so 1,500 people attend. We live stream, we have great online content, so our reach is quite significant now as compared to 2005. Core for us is the celebration of our Pacific artists their music, their families, their communities. We acknowledge music, all genres, all ethnicities, all languages, and it's just a pure celebration of our community that comes together on that night. We're really proud of the event that we've developed and how we've grown over this time. And key for us is that it is a family community event. I've worked in the music industry for over 25 years, so I go to a number of things, and I can truly say that our event is like no other. One core thing for us is that our artists literally bring their families, their parents, their grandparents, their children. Everyone is there with them to celebrate. And yeah, they share that beautiful celebration together, and as a community we come together. And so 2020, like for many, was not the year that we all expected. So in February, we're all set, judging was completed, ready to announce finalists in March. And then of course March arrived and things had to all change. So like everyone, we needed to adjust, and we had to move and postpone the plans that we had in place. So we were at that time announcing finalists end of March with an end of May event, and everything was in place, but then we all had to make that change. So we moved to a key decision for us was, do we continue? And the trust was a resounding yes, we do. We want to celebrate our artists, maintain the work we've done, but we weren't actually sure how at that time, but we persevered. So our creative team jumped in and we did our first online announcement of finalists, made in lockdown remotely. And so that was our first sort of step back into the public, and that was end of April, so things shifted. And then at that time, we couldn't say when the ceremony would happen. We just had to be, okay, we want to do this, we're not sure how, and we'll let you know when it will be. So in that next period was working with our sponsors and funders and renegotiating and working out that new plan. And again, thanks to Council for maintaining that support for us. Other sponsors had to, we understood, either reduce or remove their support. And initially we'd lost 50% of income, and then over the next few months recovered another 25. So there's a lot of work financially to just recover and prepare. And then we're all set to do a smaller live event, maintaining at Vodafone Event Centre. So key to us was to also maintain that support on the other side for our production teams, our venues, all our creatives that work with us. We wanted to continue to work with them, even though we were going to scale down. So we returned to the theatre. Plans were underway. We'd announced still for a live event end of September. And then, of course, another cluster in level 2, and things changed. So again, we had to make a big decision and move the event online. So key for us, I mean, I think everyone would understand those decisions in terms of responsibility for our community. I think whilst we were allowed to do certain things, it was really hard for us to say, should we do this? Is this the right thing at that time to host an event in South Auckland for our community and bring people together? And we were even thinking no before the level 2 came. So yeah, so we moved with that. With the support of Sunpix and the Tangata Pacifica team, we could film everything we had planned. So we still had live performances, we had award presentations, we had 100 people on site, and we did everything in terms of the most safest. And I haven't clicked on this thing yet. I've got some photos to share. Maybe I will. What happens here? Is this the clicker? Okay. We'll just have some. I thought I'd just share some visuals so you could see. So key for us, because everything was in place and the nature of the decision, we could still have all the elements of a ceremony, even though there was no audience or very little people there. So I'll just share some of the content with you. And for our artists, they were still celebrated and acknowledged. Key for us in terms of this decision about what was best, it was us speaking to our community, speaking to our artists and asking them, and they all asked us to continue. And I think, yeah, that now obviously in hindsight you can see that we did make that right call. And for all the artists that we acknowledged that they were celebrated, their families could still share with them. Whilst it was remote, it was still a celebration that we could all participate in. What else have I got here? Yeah, so I think it's that continuity. So for the trust, it was, yeah, can we still host the awards? Can we still do it on a smaller scale? And is this going to be the right decision for our community? and in the end, everything was yes, and we're really happy with the results. And with being online, one of the positives, so we've just checked the stats, so we're at 60,000 views now. So on a usual event, that's way more views than we've had before. The content also has remained online, so people can still watch it. All the performances are available, so we've been able to share the celebration wider, potentially, than we may have had before. So as you can see, the range of music, definitely the depth of talent that we have in the Pacific community is huge. So the easiest job for us is to have the event because we've got such a wonderful community to support. And also in terms of the environment that we're in, we also could see how important this was to our artists to have a positive celebration, to come together in such a hard year that's been so hard, particularly for the music industry, just to have something to celebrate, a moment to just pause and just to come together. So essentially, that is our awards. And there is just some links to share in case anyone hasn't seen it and would like to do that. And thank you again for having me.
Patrina, thank you. Look, I'm going to open up to any questions, but firstly, I just want to say thank you to Councillor Bartley, who represented Council at the awards. And the reason she was chosen is because she was the best looking and the youngest out of everybody around this table. So, Josephine, thank you so much for doing that for us. Patrina, what is the Council's award that we sponsor, please?
Yes, so it is the Best Pacific Female Artist Award, which is a wonderful award to sponsor and also acknowledged as our event sponsor overall.
Awesome. So, look, are there any questions? No? So, Patrina, thank you. I know you've been involved. Yeah?
I only have a comment. Not a
Yeah,
question.
no, sweet, if we can, and then, yeah, sweet.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this opportunity to hear from Patrina. I want to acknowledge your work over the years, Patrina, with our Pacific music artists and supporting them throughout, not just this year, which was very hard. And the comments I picked up from the artists was they really appreciated the opportunity to continue to perform because for them it was about expression and connecting with an audience, connecting with others, but also what music does for our community, especially with the issues of lockdown. Music was that connector for a lot of people. So it is a privilege to represent Auckland Council at the awards, but also to be part of Pacific Music award ceremony and the trust. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to represent Council there, and thank you, Patrina, for your work and the trust. And thank you, Council Events as well, David. Thank you.
So, look, if there's no further questions, Josephine will move, Kathy will second. So I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Whaftai Patrina, and look forward, for the next few years, at least. Thank you. Thank you, David. Our next publican put te kura Māori o ngā tapu ai. A tēnā kōrua. Tēnā koe te rangatira arehia a ngā mihi ki a koe. Moto aroha. Nau mai, haere mai, whakatau mai. Tēnā koe, Lauren. Ngā mihi ki a koe and tēnā kōrua. So look, you got 5 to 20 minutes. And then we've got questions and, well, not 20 minutes, but I thought I'd say that. But look, I'll just leave it to you both. And again, just want to acknowledge hear your mahi that you've done, and I know your connection to Ngā Tapuai goes back many, many years, but more importantly, you and Lauren, and the connection to our kapahaka secondary schools one goes back a few years as well. So ngā mihi kia kōrua. Kia ora.
Ngā mihi o te wā kia koutou katoa, ngā mihi hoki kia koe te rangatira i whakatūwhera te tahi wā hei kōrero mā tāua. Mā Māui i tēnei wā he mihi kauna kia koutou, ngā kaimahi o te kaunihira, nā reira tēnā koutou katoa. Ko ai ahau, ko Arihe Sterling ahau, no te whanua punui, Ngai Tahu, Ngāti Porau, Ngāti Whātua. Nā reire, me mihi kawana kia koutou katoa, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Thank you for giving me my 5 minutes. I've got my stopwatch ready to go. I'm a teacher by nature, so I know how to keep on time. But I'd also like to take the opportunity to express my gratitude to my Pacific sisters and brothers that presented before me, because without us, we are unable to showcase ourselves as a really integral part of Tāmaki Makaurau. The Pacific wards well, and I support and advocate for them as well, for our funding to be supported. While I'm here, I just want to ask one question. It's a good one. It's my teacher, tenacity. Yes. How many of the councillors have actually been to a Māori kapahaka competition? Could you put your hand up if you've actually been to a Māori kapahaka competition in Auckland? Awesome, thank you. So I do talk to people that know what I'm saying. Thank you. So I just want to start now with a little bit of background, and I'll put my start bit on. The name of, with the look at the overview for 2019. So Te Ahurea Tino Rangatira means the expression of my supreme culture. Basically, that's what it is. And we're just wanting to put a video on being a teacher. You know, I'm trying to be a digital native here. So that's basically just giving you a snapshot of what this competition represents for our community. So it's a the competition was established in 1996. It's our 25th year next year. It's hosted by all different Auckland schools. And the reason for that is that's taking our culture into schools, and we really encourage schools that don't have strong Māori affiliations or standings to get them to take our competition to schools, so that it showcases Māori culture in schools that are not necessarily have strong Māori communities. So next year's host is actually Westlake Boys. So Westlake Boys and Girls are co-hosting it, and it's really neat. One of our values for our organising committee is to ensure that we reach out to our community and the diversity, and show our communities what Māori are in our normal lives. These are who we are in an expression of our culture. It's a 2-day event. It's extremely whānau focused. And from that competition, 2 schools from that competition are able to represent Auckland at the Nationals. A group's complete for the following aggregate awards. So entrance, exit, traditional waiata, a song, an action song, a dance, a poi dance, and a traditional haka. And then the coveted, most important aggregate award is how well we print the pronunciation of our language and the grammar, the correct way of speaking Māori. Last year, we were privileged enough to have our competition be hosted by Aorere College. Once again, the main point of us. So the competition actually is mainly small Māori schools and other schools that are learning to grow into the world of kapahaka. So it's a little bit intimidating going straight to Polyfest, which is the other large kapahaka competition. So this is another way of getting in a smaller crowd, but feeling a little bit safer on the Māori stage. So we have last year we had 500 participants, 1,500 at the last click that we remembered before it rained really badly and everyone stopped clicking and just went and kept dry. It was really impeded, the attendance was impeded by the rain, but we still had a fantastic time. 14 judges, 50 plus volunteers. Our objects is to showcase our culture and our language and maintain the traditional art forms. It's not a competition that you can go out and express yourself inside our Māori art, performing arts. It's actually maintaining traditional art forms in the competition. It's an opportunity for all ethnicities to experience our culture. So we really very purposeful in taking our competitions to where there is stronger ethnic groups that aren't Māori. And the main purpose of that is to showcase ourselves to our ethnic brothers and sisters, and this is us, this is Māori, this is tangata whenua. Opportunities for students to perform on another occasion, because there's only 2 areas for senior students to perform in Auckland, and it's the Polyfest and then our little one. Why do we have ours at the end of the year? Because I was part and parcel of hosting and organising Polyfest for many years before we were actually the school that handed it over to the ASB grounds over there. And found that sponsor. But the issue there now is that I feel as a teacher of 35 years, trying to jam a whole performance into 6 weeks and expecting kids to come out, the education experience to come out the other end of that well, is not a good idea. So that's just me speaking as a teacher. So that's why we've put our competition into October, to allow it to go right across the year. Much, much easier on teachers to learn a bracket than 6 weeks. because the Māori child always misses. They'll go for the culture and they'll forget their education, and it's very stressful to get them all back to the right place again. So that's the reason for that. Opportunities to ensure that they have a public performing area to validate their performing arts credits, and also to validate their NCA programs in Te Reo Māori. Another thing, an opportunity for us to profile our culture, to invite people to sponsor feel-good factors for our community. Really, really interested in stakeholderships, particularly teenagers, the use of the education experience in something that's a joy factor for our kids, which is performing their culture. The catalyst for greater things in either a Māori realm via the stage presence or in a performing arts place. We have become really, really urgent about fitness and health, particularly for our own children. And one of the things that, you know, for us as Māori, some of the best, well, the worst health statistics in our people resides. So this is another way of getting our children to be fit. So we run a fitness program for the whole year to perform. So you've seen some of their performance. It's pretty, you know, it just makes me tired and I'm watching it. Increase in community engagement. This one is a big one for us. Last year, with, you know, the most terrifying day on March the 15th, it really actually hit the Māori community really in our hearts and souls for what happened to our Muslim brothers and sisters. So we reached out to Al Medina and Zayed colleges, which are the local Muslim schools. And through that, we invited them to come and be part of this competition. Through that, though, there's now become a big wraparound system from our Māori schools. So my school and another 2 schools down the road provide Māori programs for both schools as a voluntary service to them. They come to our schools to have a cultural experience, and that's been a great opportunity for us to share our culture in a meaningful and positive way. Outside of that, you know, it's really important that Māori students in these competitions are bi or tricultural, come with a number of ethnicities, and it's really important for us to celebrate all of those things in a community festive day out with families. So we do target, we make no explanation for that, but we do target support groups that provide food and other wear through our Pacific Island community. So what it does is it shows that we can expose our culture to all our different people, ethnicities in our city, but everybody else can serve. And generally during the breaks, or that for when the judges go to breaks, we have a Pacific a cultural performance, and it's another opportunity for us to show that we are one community. So we're very much community orientated. What else have we got there? Fundraising, of course, fundraising for our communities. It's a cultural event for us. It's enormous. It's another opportunity for us to promote our language and keep our language strong. It helps the opportunity for our students to become songwriters and have leadership roles in a number of the positions and partaking for audiences and their families. You need to understand with this competition, this is an extreme family event. If your grandmother or your grandfather or your grand-aunts and uncles aren't performing, then you are not doing the best for yourself. If your brothers and sisters aren't there, if your aunties and uncles aren't there, you've let the family down. So it's a very, very specifically aimed event for families. I want to thank the Kaunihira, the council, very much for the $25,000 contribution. It takes a great burden off us trying to maintain a stage. Just our sound system alone is $15,000. When you're a little school like me, which only has 300 students and only have 100 senior students, to hold a competition like this puts a lot of stress on a community. So the stage is worth about $27,000, so we get just about all of it. It's pivotal. Your support is pivotal to the existence of this competition in communities that need to see us. If we want to showcase ourselves in our Māori world, we're a fuck. But the point of this contest and competition is to get out and showcase the rest of us to people that don't normally know us. So we desperately need your contribution. So just giving a, it was cancelled this year. We were, as a exec committee, we decided quite early on, because we did not want the kids stressed out about having to have a performance that they weren't sure whether they were going to have. So we decided quite early to call on that. And rightly so, because during the time that we usually have the competition, we had another lockdown. So we were smart. We're a smart committee council. We spend we're wise in where we put our support. So we were able to dodge the COVID challenge for us. Like I said before, Westlake Boys and Girls will be co-hosting this competition in 2021. It's imperative that competition goes ahead. As an organising committee, the $25,000 that you give us doesn't go directly to the school. We decide where they need it, so they've got to stump up $60,000 before they get this extra support. So I just want to thank you very much. And I also say that we are hosting the National Schools Competition in Auckland in 2022. So it's another big event that we will be coming to you for extra support. I'll just put that out there. So thank you for your time. Kei a koe.
Oh, just a huge thank you for coming. And to Petrina before you, today we've got grants as well, and it just brings them to life. It tells us that what we're doing in granting the money is really, really important to your community. And that was just, we don't get a lot of joy in this job, and that was just, those two presentations were just uplifting. Thank you so much, and I'm sure we'll fund you again. But I'm just one vote.
If there's nothing further out of here, look, ngā mihi ki a koe. I want to acknowledge your parents. And the reason I acknowledge your parents is because of the work that they've done with kapahaka. Not only kapahaka, but just Māori. So I want to acknowledge them. And, you know, it's just so cool to see that you're carrying on that legacy. Lauren, thank you for the communication that we've had, not only but the three-way. So look, I'm going to ask if Richard, if he would move this one, and Angela, if you could second this, that'd be great. So if there's no further, again, I just wanted to acknowledge you both, and please pass it on to Dad. Okay. Well, if there's no further, I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Ngā mihi. I know that we'll catch up with time because of the items that we have. So the next one here is Kirsten. Kirsten, thank you, and Timothy. Again to you both. Look, thank you for coming through and just meeting us briefly, but it was important that you be here and for the committee to see who you are and who you are both, but also for the work at the Art Gallery. So nau mai, haere mai, whakatau mai. And I'll hand it over to you both. Tēnā korua.
Am I on? I am. Chair, Deputy Mayor, Councillors, tēnā koutou. Ko Dandenong te Mona, ko Bass te Moana, ko Poipiripi te Whenua, ko te Papaka o Maui te Motu, ko ko Kirsten Lacey tako ingoa. Kia ora. So, I'm here to talk to you about Toi Tu Toi Ora and to acknowledge your support of what is a history-making exhibition event for Auckland, Tamaki and Toyo Tamaki. This project launched with the support of the Mayor, and a number of councillors were present, thank you also, last Friday night, also with Minister Sepuloni present, to an audience of 800. It was a wonderful coming together of community and civic leadership, and the gallery stands in service of the community at this time with this exhibition. Toi Tu Toi Ora celebrates 75 years of contemporary Māori art. It's the largest exhibition Toyo Tamaki has ever held in its 130-year history. It's the first major survey of Māori art for over 20 years. It's been a long time coming, and we're absolutely delighted that we've been able to present it here in Tamaki. It was programmed for this year as a major exhibition, and as a result of COVID in March, we decided to triple its size. And you came on board to support that ambition. And with your support, we were able to leverage exceptional private and philanthropic support as well. As a result, we've presented over 300 artworks and represented the work of 111 Māori artists across 3 floors of the building, 27 exhibition spaces. In the first week, we have had, or in the first 3 days, I should say, 6,000 members of the community through the exhibition. We've been really delighted with those numbers. In fact, Saturday was the busiest day that the gallery's ever had since July 2018. Given we've been closed for in total 90 days of the year, and the CBD is working hard to bring people back into the city, we're delighted with this outcome and the impact that it has on businesses and community around the CBD of Auckland. On Saturday, it was a public launch and party to 9 o'clock. And then on Tuesday, we hosted 140 educators at the gallery for a professional development day. Part of the work that you've enabled has been that the gallery has become bilingual for the first time. So all of the content that we have developed, over 80,000 English words, are also presented in te reo across the exhibition spaces. I might also mention that there's a second site at Britomart with 4 artists presented there as well. We've commissioned 9 new works and showcased the gallery's collection, as well as sought and loans from over 40 different lenders around Aotearoa to bring the exhibition to life. We've employed 9 new Māori staff to provide te reo language and English tours to visitors over the next 5 months of the exhibition. Last night, we hosted 300 of the families of America's Cup so that they might share a word with the world about the art of Aotearoa. On Friday night, we host the Tiatanga Fashion Showcase, which will present a dozen of Māori fashion designers on our beautiful North Terrace. What you're seeing here is some images from the Dawn Blessing, where we were well supported by Mana Whenua and Ngāti Whātua to bless the gallery spaces. Also, you're seeing the week that began with the staff, 80 of the Auckland Art Gallery staff being welcomed to Arake by Ngāti Whātua. For us going forward with this exhibition, it's our hope to ensure that the gallery maintains a strong bilingual presence within the building and all of its resource development. And we are now beginning work on our forward language plan and reviewing in the new year our Māori engagement work. That's really all, Chair, I wanted to share with you at this point, just that the exhibition is open. We very much would love to host each of you for a private tour with me and our curatorial team and take you through the exhibition. It will have a life beyond May because we've been working closely with Māori filmmaker Chelsea Winstanley on a feature-length documentary which chronicles the development of this exhibition and the making of artwork throughout 2020 by artists up and down the country. It's also our ambition to share the exhibition as a touring project abroad, once, of course, we're able to, 22 onwards. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Kirsten. Timothy, anything to add? No? Ka pai. Christine?
Morena, Kirsten, it's just fantastic to hear this news because at the conclusion of a really difficult year that you have been able to, with the team and the whānau, create something that is truly historic for Tamaki Makaurau is just, I mean, it's amazing. I've got a couple of queries. One is that there are so many ways in which council and the arms of council can assist. And clearly this is the most significant committee for shaping policy. But how might we better improve our relationship? I mean, I think we're really mindful at the moment with the emergence of Auckland Unlimited that we don't lose that momentum with the arts and cultural sector. And the second part to my question is you play a really pivotal role with the rebuilding of public confidence in the downtown, the Auckland civic areas. Are there ways in which we can help support you? I know Heart of the City are doing lots of work and you're working with them, but how can we better work with you to, you know, this is historic stuff and this is at the real heart of our commitment to biculturalism. So what advice would you give us as a committee?
I think thank you, Councillor Fletcher, for your questions. The work of the Māori Outcomes Grant is extraordinary. We were able to present the exhibition without those funds. We weren't able to take it out into community and bring schools to the gallery and support the buses and all the educational resources and the online engagement, nor expand our staffing caucus to service our audiences in engagement with the exhibition without it. So the extension as a result of that grant is extraordinary, and it's also really given us a platform on which to develop much, much, much deeper mana whenua relationships, which are going to and are serving to shape and change the institution, which is timely. So that would be the first thing I would say. Secondly, you do support us in your energy and your time through this committee, in your presence and interest in your advocacy of us, and just to know that the council sees the important role that the Auckland Art Gallery plays in Tamaki's cultural, social and economic life is of great heart and benefit to us. I think you're right. The gallery's role is absolutely to restore public confidence. We're one of the most trusted public brands in the CBD. and we're one of the few inspiring, freely accessible public spaces that can be a refuge for people and a space to come together, talk, share and tackle the issues that are facing the community today. And that's the role of the institution, and our vehicle is through art. The last thing I would say is the collection, the collection, the collection. It's so important that Aotearoa has a national collection that represents its people, the most significant collection that represents the people of Aotearoa is held at the Auckland Art Gallery. Through this exhibition and other work, and also our international collections and collecting work, we are able to share not only New Zealand art with the world, but right now, moments like this, the world with the people of Aotearoa and Auckland. So I would suggest that you do not forget the importance of leaving a legacy of this century. We're in its third decade for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And my apologies for calling you Christine. And it should have been Councillor Fletcher. So apologies.
But if you're going to be informal, I encourage you to do that, but call me Chris. I'm only Christine
Okay,
when I'm in
thank you.
trouble.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Casey.
Kirsten, as you probably know, I was born in Scotland, and one of my favourite words is free. And one of the words you need to insert into this introduction to the exhibition is that it's free of charge, and anybody can walk in off the street and see it. Fantastic. Yes, 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 yes. I would love the curated tour, but instead of doing 21, I'm happy to team up with colleagues who want to go over there. I'll have you, oh, good, Linda's our organiser. So, yeah, absolutely be fantastic. Thank you so much.
That's all, I think. We're good. I have got some peripheral material. Oh, sorry.
Look, if you've got any comment, there's still two more councillors that wish to ask you questions, but if you have a comment, that's fine. I'd rather hear the comment and then I'll go to the councillors. So you're right?
Please proceed.
Okay then. So Councillor Darby and then Councillor Bartley. And I think that'll be it.
Welcome to our place, and I look forward to getting to your place very soon. It's just been a pretty busy last few months. Hey, just I wouldn't mind just you taking us through the relationship between, say, the gallery and our public art program. And you may not be aware, but we've, due to budget constraints, we've actually demolished the public art program by 70%. So those great sculptures and other public artworks that are an expression of who we are as a city, they won't be showing up as we expected. So can you, and I'm sure you'll give us some feedback on that, but can you maybe just explain the relationship between the gallery and maybe the importance or otherwise of our public art program? How does this all work together through your eyes?
The public art, thank you for your question. The Public Art Committee is completely separate and independent from the Auckland Art Gallery, and we have little, if anything, to do with the program. So that's the first thing I would say, other than to be supporters and fans of the work that they've done, and attended, some of the events around launches of new works. What I did want to mention, though, is we are launching a major sculpture at the front of the building in April. It is a work which has been commissioned as part of Toi Tu Toi Ora by a Māori artist called Reuben Patterson. It's a monolithic work, and it's entirely funded privately, $1.2 million, by the Edmiston Trust. And council have been involved in as far as the planning permissions have been required and needed, and engineering and legal support, which has been fantastic because the contracts around the fabrication of this work have been complex. The work itself is a 14-metre high crystal waka that will stand in our moat at the front of the building from the ground up until the roof line. And refract light all over the forecourt of the front of the building. So a beautiful work to be launching, and I wanted to share that with you because I can feel the pain that other works might not be happening. There will still be some things. Also, we've launched down at Bretamart 4 public works that are funded through Cooper, and that's part of the Toi Tu Toi Ora project as well. So those works were launched on Thursday morning, so you can have a look at them as well. Doesn't make up for the broader program, but...
So there's 2 more questions, or 1 more added. Pardon?
Yeah, aye, toi.
Toi.
So I'll go to Councillor Bartley, then I think Councillor Hills, and then, so Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kirsten and Timothy, for coming here today and talking to us about the art gallery. I took up the offer thanks to Timothy, who I met at a party, and he suggested that I go and visit the gallery, so I did, and thank you for my personal tour. So I got to know a lot about what the gallery is doing. I don't have a question, but I just wanted to comment about how awesome it is to see what the gallery is doing, and not only during the lockdown where you kept arts going, you kept it visual and visible and accessible to people to access online. But I like how, I mean, I'm not being mean, but I like how you're taking away how it's kind of seen as bougie by some people. And so because they see it as that, they don't connect with it as much. And I like how you're really opening it up. I love that this, you've got Toi Tu Toi Ora, you know, and also that connection that you know, of course, to acknowledge, because this is Aotearoa, and you have this exhibition there. I also love how you're going to connect with America's Cup, because that will give America's Cup that face of Auckland, and also our Māori culture. Also the partnerships that you have and the understanding that you have of the financial context of the council, and being able to go and secure, you know, 1.2 million for the artworks. I also appreciate how the gallery has exhibitions, you know, of our past, but also brings in the issues of today, like your climate change production that you had in that orange case, which kind of freaked me out, but I get it, you know, the message was there about climate change. And yeah, what else did I have here? Arts. And also just how you, you know, you keep the arts going in the centre, and you're so open about this being for everyone. And, you know, everyone needs to understand that this is their art gallery. Go down and check it out in the city. Catch a bus and go check it out, because it is for everybody. But it also shows the importance that art has in our recovery with COVID. It isn't just about shovel-ready construction projects. This shows, you know, arts are so important for us as people and for our souls and for our minds. So I really applaud the work that you're doing, and I'm grateful that I took that opportunity to go and check it out. So thank you.
Thank you, Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor.
So to finish it, the questions, Kirsten and Timothy, I'll ask Councillor Hills.
I wasn't sure if, I think Pippa had her hand up before me, I didn't. Oh, cool. And thank you, Chair. And sorry, I just have a comment too. Thanks, Kirsten. I think I really enjoyed the little tour we had with the new local MP for the area, and Pippa Coombe. It was awesome to see the climate change work you were doing at the time. And I'm sorry I couldn't make the Friday opening, but honestly, I think every Snapchat and Instagram story I saw, or on Twitter on Friday, was all the art gallery. So I think I've seen the whole exhibition through my phone, which is pretty amazing, and shows the, I think, to Councillor Bartley's comments, the diverse range of people that are attracted to and are interested in the art gallery. Because I admit that when I was a councillor, I wasn't that interested in. I didn't think it was that accessible for everyone, and now it definitely is. The exhibitions over the last few years, but definitely Toi Ora, I think, is a phenomenal from what I've heard about, and I've gone and seen the works at Britomart, and those were, like you say, privately funded, not publicly. And I think that conversation we had when we increased the funding a couple years ago was that it was so important for council to fund the bricks and mortar and stationery and those types of things, so you could access that philanthropic and private funding, because people, that's not attractive for them to be funding the insurance or security or whatever, you know. So I hope you'll give feedback when you need to ensure that money's there to grow what you're doing. But I just want to say thank you for opening up the art gallery even further. I mean, during Pride, and I know you're planning again next year, having Vogue balls and FAFSWAG and others in there, like owning that space where I don't think that we've really ensured that everyone feels welcome, and I know that it's definitely changed. So with this exhibition, and maybe COVID's been a catalyst for expanding it, but I think it's really exciting to see. So thank you so much, and I think you'll get a whole new generation of people coming through the gallery now. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so look, we're just going to add a B there, and that was through Councillor Fletcher. There's the B. It's just to recognise the historical significance of Toi Tu, Toi Ora, Contemporary Māori Art Exhibition. So Councillors Coombe and Fletcher will be moving and seconding these two recommendations. So if there's no further questions, I'm going to put the recommendations. Thank you so much. We've already got an email from Councillor Cooper asking to organise a tour, and so if you can work through, we'll work through you, Timothy, and that's both Joseph and Maya, and then see how much interest, and then we can then organise the tour. So again, to you both, all the best for Christmas, the break with whānau, and thank you. So I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Tēnā korua.
Tēnā koutou. Kia ora. Thank you. Thank you.
Local board input. Member Harry Doige will be coming in about 1 o'clock, but he'll be speaking at the item in confidential. So that's this one. And then we invite representatives from the Henderson Massey Local Board. And if the three of them want to come up, that'll be great. Tēnā koutou katoa, tēnā koe te rangatira, Doctor, rawa ko Brooke, rawa ko Brenda, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. Kia ora nā.
Tēnā koe te amana matua, Alf Malo le soifua. Tēnā koutou I ngā kai kaunihira o Tāmaki Makaurau. Ko Will Flavel tōku ingoa. My name is Will Flavel. I'm the Deputy Chair of the Henderson Massey Local Board, and alongside are my colleagues, board members Brooke Loader and Brenda Brady. Over the last 4 terms, the Henderson Massey Local Board have been very consistent with advocating for an aquatic centre in the northwest. Westwave is at capacity and underfunded and is well overdue for an overhaul. The facility is used by communities from all over Tāmaki Makaurau, Auckland. New populations, the size of Hamilton, are moving into areas such as Red Hills and Westgate. Therefore, there needs to be appropriate infrastructure and services to cater for the strong growth in the northwest area. As a former secondary school teacher in West Auckland, many students and their whānau would complain about the long queues, sometimes over an hour, to get into Westwave, especially during the school holidays. They would also complain about the high usage and the deteriorating facilities. I personally stopped going to Westwave many years ago. Henderson Massey is also a high area of deprivation for our tamariki Māori and our whānau Māori as well. So I guess we're here to show our tautoko, our support for the development of a business case for an aquatic centre in the northwest, with the additional 2 full-sized indoor courts. And I'll hand it over to my colleagues to add further input. Kia ora.
Kia ora, everyone. Thank you, Councillor Alf. Thank you, everyone. We are urging you to support the investigation and site planning, the next stage for the North West Aquatic Centre. I can tell you the story. In 1990, New Zealand hosted the Commonwealth Games. The Aquatic Centre at Henderson was built in 1990 out of the old Plessy factory. So it is a very old facility. In 2003, the leisure pools were created. 2003 is the last major renovation that's been done and last upgrade that's really been done on that pool. Our community loves Westwave, but it's struggling to even cope, even with the best efforts of council and all our work. Hundreds of thousands of dollars a year are being spent on Westwave to keep it running. We only have one public pool serving about 250,000 people in the West. There are continual breakdowns and maintenance. We will be getting a very good update on that next year as we move into the new year. There's a program of renewals, but it's not ever going to be sufficient to serve the new growth in the Northwest. Westwave was designed for the old West. The Henderson from the 1990s, the early 2000s, the area of the West families flock to now. Growth in the Northwest and the land opening up for housing is meaning that Westgate is a metropolitan centre. We can't even hope to serve that area with the Westwave pool. I hope that you are able to support us in having the rest of the piece of work done so that we can get the actual information on the best site and then urge council to move forward. Thank you.
This isn't just a novel or bright idea to us. It's not just a nice to have. If you're talking about equitable provision of aquatic services across Auckland regionally, we have no aquatics facility that's servicing our northwest catchment. We've got the beautiful West Coast beaches on our footstep, but we don't have aquatic full pool facilities to teach our little ones how to swim safe in the water. The Henderson Massey Local Board is unified in our position that the indicative business case clearly demonstrates this need. But more importantly, we are here today at the urging of our community, who for too long now have been calling out for a new pool in the West. This is our one local initiative, and we've strongly advocated for this in terms of the long-term plan. And we support that's taking all steps necessary to progress this project, but honestly, we are extremely disappointed that the business case states that it's not until 2031 to 41 that the first spades will go into the ground. Who knows? By then, some of us won't even be around the table. We thank you so much for your support so far for this kaupapa, but nevertheless, we want to see less talk, more action, and so we urge our councillors today to vote in favour of these recommendations provided for the indicative business case to fund the next step for aquatic provision in the Northwest. Thank you for the opportunity.
Look, Pātai, I've got 2 at the moment. Councillor Henderson, followed by Councillor Newman.
Thanks, Matua. So a key issue with this kind of stuff is catchment areas. So a question for me, do you foresee a pool in the Northwest as serving a sub-regional purpose for Rodney and Upper Harbour communities as well as Henderson Massey communities?
It's been identified in the business case study that this will be a sub-regional aquatic provision, and it will be servicing the needs of not just Henderson Massey, which we're here speaking on behalf of, but for the wider Northwest. So yes, I agree.
Thanks. Just one supplementary, if that's okay, Chair. Given Westwave is the only pool servicing 250,000 people, presumably that's a lot of residents. But in addition to the residents using the pool, are there any other user groups using the pool?
It's our only Auckland competitive dive pool. It is also very well thought after because I understand being a standalone dive area is very sought after with international divers. It's a fast water, so it's a race. It's a racing pool. There's a lot of swimming clubs operate out of there. I think there it's in competitive sport that's its main advantages. There are other aquatic facilities around Auckland, but they don't offer that. It has a regional role as well.
Councillor Newman, then Sayers, then Dalton, then Walker.
Thank you all. Well, I'm probably a question for you, but I will be asking this of the officers. I mean, the lack of facilities in your area is palpable. And I just think how lucky, I am. I reflect so often about the gaps that we want to address in the south, but I think of the facilities we've got in the ward that Councillor Dalton and I represent, and it's really good compared to what you face here. So, understanding the growth that is occurring and the development that has been consented and the new population growth, and Councillor Cooper has advocated very firmly for your constituency for a long time. Where are the development contributions going for this particular part of Auckland? What are the facilities that are scheduled to be funded from growth to address these gaps? If it's not here, where are they? Because somebody's paying something to somebody for something, but it's not this. So what is it funding?
My understanding, and all of you are probably working in this area more often than I am, is that pools and aquatic centres were not being funded from development contributions for quite some time. And I look to a council officer or someone else. So it has changed recently, but in the meantime, there's been a huge amount of growth in the northwest.
Yeah, I accept that the pool isn't there, but hasn't been funded. But there must be something that is being funded. I don't know if there's a schedule somewhere with some facilities that are being funded that I'm not aware of. But what are they?
Councillor Newman, if I may respond. This has recently come up, not in as much detail as you would be anticipating, much of course, our estate as well, but in terms of the development in the area, a key development area is, Councillor Cooper may have already been raised, is the Red Hills development here at the north of our Henderson Massey local board area. Now, when we've been spoken to by council officers on this, the development contributions needed to be ring-fenced and prioritised for projects at the beginning of these developments. They were not ring-fenced for aquatic provision in the northwest, which was the advice that we had received, but we hadn't been provided the detail about what those development contributions were actually scheduled towards. So yes, it is something that we should follow up.
Okay, well, Chair, look, just to foreshadow when the officers come to present, I will be checking the schedule of that policy to have a look at those, the schedule of projects, and hopefully they can elucidate on that, because it's a germane question to this.
Yeah, no problems at all, because I saw Kataraina indicate. So the best thing is they know what's coming. So Councillor Sayers, Dalton, and then Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, team, for your presentation. Probably Councillor Henderson addressed what I was going to talk about the sub-regional benefit there. But I think what I just would give you some feedback as a local board, that both within the first week of this council's term, both your councillors called the Albany and the Rodney Ward councillors into a meeting to agree on the importance of your OLI, and it's pleased that it's there. I'm certainly supportive of it, but I just want to really feedback to you the good work and lobbying that your councillors have done at their level with the other councillors.
Okay,
Thank you very much for your continued support of this.
Councillor Dalton, Walker, and then I can put the recommendation that will be moved by Henderson, councillors Henderson and Cooper.
Thank you. Absolutely a gap, and you do need a pool. You've made it through the hoops of the policy, so that's a good start. So my question is around the timing though. So you're saying that it's not looking to be built until 2031, was that what it was? My question is around the development of the business case. So having been the recipient of business cases where they sit and then they have to be redone, is the timing of the business case right in terms of when it can be delivered? Can't be delivered until it's into the LTP. Have you had a discussion around the timing so you don't have to go back and then do another business case because there's quite a cost to it?
We haven't had a discussion on that detail. We've come through your agendas and actually been informed by the agendas that the time frame for the aquatic centre has been pushed out because of your budget constraints. So that's where the 2031-41 figure came from. There is no way in the world the need won't be greater even in the next couple of years. There's huge growth going on in the northwest. The northwest is taking 1/3 of Auckland's growth. That's what our AUP says, and developers are already working on most of that land. We also have the Metropolitan Centre. It's developing very strongly at Westgate. So there is no way the need will be less in a few years, that the need will certainly be greater.
How much is it? How much is a pool? Do you know? You don't know? Not an estimate? Does anyone know?
Yeah, but we don't need to buy the land. We don't need
30? We need 30, okay.
But we don't need to buy the land.
Thank you.
But a couple of questions. The first one follows on from the question that Councillor Newman raised about development contributions. Given that development contributions are dependent on projects that have been identified, I really want to know whether there is a project identified, irrespective of what the location or locations are, and there could be multiple projects that go to this, that are feeding into our development contributions. The necessity around that is if you don't have the project and don't have the commitment of the project, and then that project is not projectised and incorporated into the long-term plan, you don't have the development contributions. So
that's the first question?
That's the first question. It may not be possible. It may not be possible to answer that question now, but I really would like that feedback because it goes to the long-term plan.
So can we wait for the item? That might be an idea that you can pose to the officers. Wayne, and your second question, please.
My second question can wait till the item, Mr. Chair.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Bartley to finish off this item.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, talofa. I just wanted to tautoko your presentation and your request. In Maunga Kiki Tamaki, I got 3 pools. Yeah, so I really feel for where you guys are coming from, and if my community were waiting longer than an hour to get into the pool, man, I would hear it. Currently, I'm hearing it about Eastern Busway, and yeah, I really feel for you guys. I want to second the comments made by Councillor Sayers in regards to the advocacy of your councillors. They have done a really good job in raising this, and I feel like I am, hearing it all the time about how bad it is over in your area regarding the pools. I even had to hear it on a personal level on a date that I was with this guy from Torbay who was complaining about how long it is to get into your pools. So, just want to support what you guys are raising.
I'll allow. Well, there's two microphones on, but I'll allow one person to comment, and then we can then end this particular one. I'll put the recommendation.
I just want to say quickly, I go to your pools, so I totally understand and love your pools over there. But anyway, I'll just leave it up to Deputy Chair
Okay, looks
Wilfred
like
to close.
two of yous will be commenting.
Just thank you, Councillor Bartley, for your entertaining comments. You always sort of make us laugh, so we appreciate that. We appreciate our councillors, who we know are always working hard to ensure that that we keep the West as the best place to live in Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland. Tēnā koutou katoa, kia ora.
Ka pai. Me rikirihi me te tauhau. And I will put the recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. No extraordinary businesses. We'll move straight into our first agenda. Tēnā koe, Brenda. Tēnā koutou. So it's been moved by Councillor Casey and it's seconded by myself. Tēnā korua. Dave, I'll let you introduce the young lady to your right, and then we'll just head into the presentation. It's self-explanatory, but I know that you've got a short PowerPoint, and then we can put it on. What was that, Councillor Cooper?
Oh, no, sorry.
No, it's not.
Kia ora koutou, and I'll just introduce Geraldine Wilson, who's here to my right, who is our investment advisor in sport and recreation and has done a large amount of hard work in the preparation of the materials for today. So this is Geraldine's work that I'm going to be speaking about today. So here to present the findings of a review into the Community Access Scheme. In August of this year, we brought to you an investment recommendation for this financial year, which rolled over a number of investments for this 12 months, this financial year, whilst we undertook a review of the Community Access Scheme. So the Community Access Scheme, just a little bit of background as a reminder, came from some legacy grants that occurred under previous councils, and they were rolled into the scheme from 2016, and so have been being invested into the same organisations for a while. With the the adoption of the Sport Investment Plan sort of 18 months ago, it was timely to review the scheme. So Geraldine's been leading the piece of work that's looked into how the funds have been allocated so far, reviewed them against our new policy around investment into sport and recreation, and is making some recommendations on the way forward that we see with this fund. This fund is just over $1 million that we have to allocate each year. So the existing recipients to the fund, so there's a number there, I'll let you be able to read them. Basically, they're all worthy recipients, and they, I guess, provide really good outcomes and access to their community to these non-council operated facilities. However, as we've looked through the sport investment plan and compared it to those organisations, we've used these sort of four lenses that are outlined within the policy. So that's the principles of equity, outcome focus, financial sustainability and accountability, with looking at the current recipients and testing them back against those four attributes. Essentially what we found is the current scheme is not fit for purpose, not highly aligned to the sport investment plan, and there's issues around the ongoing allocation of funding to the same organisations on a year-on-year basis, alongside the lack of equity that this provides, and through not having a contestable process, it doesn't provide opportunities for new organisations potentially living in higher levels of deprivation, or new facilities to come online and be funded through the scheme. So there's three options that have been put on the table alongside a status quo option. So option one is to repurpose the scheme into a contestable fund. So that's being able to have the various community organisations apply to be able to receive funding through this pool. and to have it fund operational costs within facilities. So at the moment, whilst it's contextualised through community access as being the outcome, it actually really does fund operational outcomes within the facilities. And so it's being clear that the fund is able to fund those sort of operational areas, which we know are so important and so costly in facilities, which makes it really difficult for some community organisations to run them. Option 1 is our recommended option that we bring to you today. Option 2 is to repurpose the fund into a contestable scheme again. However, this is to fund, I guess, the demand side of the equation. So funding programming and the organisations that would use facilities directly, and making sure that they are able to access facilities. In this space, we have an existing regional sport and recreation grants program. So we already have a program that does invest into the demand side of the equation. So that's not our recommended option, but it does still address some of the disparities that we have in our communities, and continue to provide sport and recreation outcomes through this fund. And option 3 is to disestablish the scheme. So I guess in a financially constrained environment, it's pragmatic that we put up that as an option for you. So our recommended option, option 1, is to invest into non-council operated sport and recreation facilities, ensuring alignment to the investment plan. That contestable nature is very important because it provides that sort of equitable, transparent and responsive outcome that we're looking through both through the policy context that we're provided, but also allows that sort of flexibility and adaptability that was so important in a rapidly changing environment. It complements our other investment streams that we have for sport and recreation, and also allows, as new facilities come online, us to be able to support facilities and change and adapt as we move. So we've brought you this recommendation today, and I'm happy to take any questions on it. Should you adopt the recommended option, we would go away, rapidly build a process and a contestable process and put that out for organisations to come back to us, and we would seek to bring that back to you in the last committee meeting of this financial year in order to recommend investment into facilities for the next 12 months. Thank you.
Kia ora, Dave. Geraldine, anything to add? Okay then. So we've got a line of questions. Councillor Dalton first and then Bartley.
Minor comments.
If I get the questions out of the way first, that'll be good, then at least we can sort of dictate through there. Is that okay? Thank you. Councillor Bartley, question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just trying to figure this out, right? So with our community facilities, we're having this discussion about moving away from building new facilities and purchasing community access, right? Purchasing that service provision. So if we were doing that, how does that align with this process if we're making that community access that we want to purchase go through a contestable scheme? It doesn't fit. Sounds weird. You know, like we want to buy this access off you, but you're going to have to apply and contest for it. You know, it's weird. Thank you.
Kia ora, and through the chair, thank you for the question. So I guess one of the purposes in moving to a contestable nature means that we can look at where the gaps are in our community facility network, and through having fixed investment streams that we have into these organisations at the moment, we haven't necessarily been able to pivot and respond to that. I guess through a challenging financial environment as well, we know that through partnership is one way that we're going to be able to make our investments go further. So not necessarily only be delivering through council facilities, but using those sort of non-council operated facilities is going to be really important. Hence where this program of investment comes in as well. Your comment around, I guess, making organisations apply is a good one. That's going to take time and resource for them at their side. It's also going to take time and resource from our side as well. I guess it is a way of being able to bring an equal playing field, so to speak, to the organisations that need our support. Help them to demonstrate where their needs are and be able to provide sort of that impartial review, looking at those 4 principles that were outlined in the investment plan, especially around equity, outcome focus, accountability and financial sustainability. Really weigh all those options together and make sure that we're investing into the right places. So I take the point that we could be being more specific and sort of targeting our investment through a process that staff go through to analyse network gaps, but that doesn't allow some of the organisations to potentially raise their hand and showcase the challenges that they have and their desire to support us and being able to get their communities active. So there's pros and cons, but this is, I guess, the way we see we can best deliver those outcomes.
Question, Councillor. Oh, sorry, supplementary.
No, I'm worried about it because in some areas you don't have much of a choice, so there isn't really any competition to have that. Like I'm looking at the Tamaki one, we don't have any other recreation centre, so for us that is why we purchased the community access from them. If we put them through a contestable process, what is the point when we're going to give it to them anyway? Because there's nobody else to contest with. We're just making it even more bureaucratic and harder for them when they're doing us a favour.
Yeah, through the Chair, just responding to that specific one. So the term of that trust deed is coming to an end at the end of this financial year. So that particular one will need to, the asset will be subject to the decision making between the trust board and the school, is likely to move back into the governance of the school, and so then the school will need to make decisions about whether or not they want to open that facility up to community access as well. So we're working with them on that outside of this process. But this, I guess, that's a really good example of how things do change. And so by having a contestable process that can adapt and respond to the changing nature of what's going on in our communities is something that the recommended change can respond to.
Yeah, that was a really good answer. But maybe I shouldn't have used Tamaki, but my point was we have no competition. Are we just adding further bureaucracy and, where you're actually desperate for that service? So, but anyway, it's all right.
Councillor Walker, question.
Yeah, got a few questions. Making the assumption, but maybe you can confirm it, that what we'll look at if we apply this option is that there'll be medium to long-term arrangements rather than just short-term, because quite obviously contestability is great, but you don't want to have to do it on a yearly basis. So that's the first question.
Kia ora, and thanks for the question through the Chair. So the community grants policy allows for strategic grants, and so we see that we could offer multi-year funding agreements through this scheme. I guess we are seeking the resolution about the change of nature of how we fund through the scheme in this meeting. We will likely come back to you with recommendations for some multi-year funding agreements once we see what the contestable process surfaces. So that's certainly something we can do through this fund.
The other question I've got just goes to sort of risks and impacts, and it's not so much identified here, but quite obviously if we've got an existing situation, so there are current recipients, have you done any analysis as to what the impact might be there? Because quite obviously there's a commitment that we have, and I imagine some of that commitment may even be contractual, if not current council, then legacy councils. So we done any analysis around that?
Thank you again for the question. So yes, we've looked at, I guess, the existing funding recipients. We've looked at how much of this funding makes up of their total revenue to those facilities. So we've considered that as part of the financial sustainability through the review. Additionally, the reason these organisations have been receiving funding is because they do provide a valuable community service, and so that will certainly be something that would be taken into account through a future contestable process. I guess finally we've also provided the opportunity through consultation through this review with those organisations for them to be able to feedback, and they, I guess a number of them have identified how important this funding has been to them for their continued operations. So that's certainly something that we need to be cognizant of, and be aware that when we bring back future funding recommendations, that any changes does have a business impact on these organisations. But I guess that's some of the weight that we have to put on how we get our best outcomes for council investment in an environment where we've got financial constraints and we will have a limited fund that we can allocate.
My last question just goes to the point that you just made. So let's say that we make a determination that, you know, a number of these existing recipients are important, but on the basis of a more contestable fund, there are other entities that might also benefit. It follows that we might need to increase the fund, and there's a risk attached to that, and that's a financial risk. So have we identified what that quantum might be? And I know it's difficult, but I'd suggest that it's highly likely.
Thank you again for the question. So I would highly suspect that when we run a contestable process, we will be significantly oversubscribed in terms of applications for funding, and that's when we will use the principles outlined in the investment plan, the policy guidance around how we bring back our recommendation. I guess at that time we'll be able to have the conversation around the scale of which our community-run sport and recreation facilities are looking for support. And no, I don't have a figure around that overall need across the region, but it will be significant, and this is where the prioritisation of where our investment is really important.
So just through you, Mr. Chair, I would identify this as a significant risk, reputational risk. We go out, there's an expectation on the part of multiple organisations that they can avail themselves of something.
So look, that'll be a conversation around long-term plan, depending on how we move from here. We've got a bit of a line-up, so Councillor Simpson online.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Look, my question, it is quite good that it follows on from Councillor Walker. That is, I want to know what communication we've had to the groups. Obviously, we gave them a one-year funding, and that runs out in June next year. But if we were to agree the recommendations, would that potentially mean that for the 21 year, July 21-22, they would miss out on funding and therefore only have 6 months notice that they may not get that funding again? I mean, these are long-standing groups that have had that funding. I'm just worried about that reputational risk and that communication from us to them.
Kia ora, and through the chair. So yes, we have communicated with the current recipient organisations. When we passed the agreement to fund them for this financial year, it was done on the basis that it was a one-year funding agreement, whilst a review of the scheme was being conducted. So that was I guess communicated to them at that point. Through the review process, we've also been able to provide them the opportunity to feed back against through the review process, so they're very aware that this review is going on at the moment. So they've been provided the opportunity both to meet with us and or provide feedback in writing as well. And the majority of them have done one or both of those things. So yes, we've done that. Any future recommendations for funding doesn't preclude the existing organisations receiving ongoing investment as well. So they would have the same opportunity as any other organisations or sport and recreation facilities across Auckland to be able to apply for funding through this contestable scheme as recommended.
Through you, Mr. Chair, may I ask a supplementary?
Yeah, of course.
So just putting it very, very bluntly, these organisations know that they may not get funding as of July next year. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Cooper, Watson, and then Henderson.
Yeah, so the main point of this is to get better equity, be outcome focused and get better accountability. I mean, when I look at the status quo, that's what's not working. So you've talked about identifying areas that aren't being served. Have you got any particular areas or demographics that you think would benefit from a change?
So, through the chair, and thank you for the question. So we have, I guess, done some analysis on that. Through the appendices to the report, you'll see a couple of different maps that have identified where the facilities that we currently fund are, and I guess there's a couple of lenses that we've used there. So both population growth alongside deprivation index. So we've sort of looked at where the facilities we're currently investing are, and those couple of lenses. So we've also used some additional ones like where our Maori communities live across Auckland. So we've thought about that, and that was part of the review to consider or not whether we're meeting some of those principles of equity through this.
Councillor Watson and then Henderson.
Thanks, Dave. It's a very clear presentation. My question really just, I think you've kind of covered it, and from a very practical sense, is really trying to gauge some assurance from you. Given that you've got a much better insight into the current recipients and potentially the other ones that might come in, just in terms of the reality of balancing organisations who often build in that council component. It's a given, even though it might be on a contractual basis. So what I'm trying to read between the lines is that conceivably some of them could be adversely affected going forward, and or the fund itself might have to be increased, but we know that that's going to be a big ask in the current circumstances. So the question is, at the end of that, is I'm kind of reading that there's a degree of uncertainty for the current recipients, and conceivably there are better people lined up that could take their place. Is that a reasonable assessment?
Through the chair. So I think there are likely a number of other sport and recreation facilities in Auckland that could really use some operational investment to be able to, I guess, ensure their financial sustainability and help them really achieve good outcomes for their communities. I guess we are really cognizant of the existing recipients, and it is important for us that they continue to be able to provide really good outcomes for their communities as well. So that will be something that we consider through that sort of financial sustainability view that we've talked about through those policy principles, and so we'd be considering that as part of this, because obviously a significant change of investment into any of those organisations could have a really significant impact on their financial planning and in how they're able to operate as well. So yes, that will be something that we consider. But at this stage, I can't say whether any of the existing fund recipients would necessarily end, or whether it might be a diminished investment level.
Thanks, Dave.
Councillor Hills and then Newman to finish off questions, and then we'll go to the item.
Thank you, Chair. And before my question, just to Dave, just condolences to you and your team for the loss of your staff member this week. And it was only a year since a similar tragic death of another staff member in a similar way. So just know that Albany was only closed one day, and I think Glenfield last year, under similar circumstances, was only closed one day. So I think it's probably good for us to acknowledge that staff are still out there doing the mahi after these things happen. So thank you for all the support you've been doing. My question is around so assuming all the groups can still apply, that are getting the funding. But I guess for when we suggest, say, in North Harbour Netball's situation, we suggest they have large cash funds. I guess the worry for me sometimes if we don't look at the whole picture, so obviously they save up big cash funds because they fund their own facilities. So a couple of years ago it was the leaky roof, they had to replace the building, they obviously apply to local board for grants for resurfacing, but they have to find that money themselves. Whether they get it from us in the end, they still have to do that. And the other thing I have a concern about is maybe in the more affluent areas like the North Shore, often because they have to put up their prices or access so much, it is the more vulnerable people within our community that miss out in those areas. So are those things taken into consideration? The fact that sometimes cash reserves are because they're trying to fully fund, which we are encouraging, and that sometimes the kind of decile doesn't cover the whole picture of our community sometimes.
Kia ora, and through the chair, firstly, thank you very much for your comments. It means a lot, thank you. Secondly, in regard to your question, so this is where potentially a contestable process can really help because the organisations will be provided the opportunity to explain their business, and this is where just looking at their financial statements probably doesn't tell the whole story as well. So through a contestable process, they can tell the story of their operation, what they provide, and if they've got significant cash on hand that they've been building up to be able to undertake a capital project or something of the sort, they can be able to explain that and the benefit that having ongoing operational investment from Auckland Council would be able to provide in terms of them being able to sustain, maintain and provide ongoing community access into their facilities into the future. So I think that your point's well made, and we need to consider a number of these principles through the application process, and obviously the decile, the deprivation levels in community is something that we do consider, but there's a number of other ones like those financial sustainabilities, the accountabilities, the outcome focus that we need to consider as well. So it's a nuanced process. So we are able to, through a contestable process, take various elements into account.
And just the last question. So it is also taken into account when obviously you pay to be a member and things like that, but such as North Harbour Netball, their gates are open 24/7. Basically, the toilets are open for anyone. People can go down there and do anything, not just netball. So that's all taken into consideration because it is effectively they're providing a space for anyone, not just the members.
Yes, and thanks for that point. We haven't actually built the contestable process yet because we're seeking the resolution first, but that is the type of thing that we would consider, whether or not the facility is, the number of hours that it's available to the community, what it looks like, payment for access, all those sort of elements would be the types of things that we could consider through the process.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Newman and Councillor Bartley, you got one more question? Pardon? Yeah, no, I just wanted to find out. Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Chair. So the scheme is not a new scheme, it's quite an established scheme now. And reflecting on the recipients, I mean, the recipients are very, very good organisations, very worthy. We are purchasing services and they are providing very good services. But they're also in quite a lucky position, aren't they? Because actually there's a lot of organisations out there that could, in a contested situation, apply and the merits of the application would have to be considered. And I think that the discussions would be difficult. So to me, from what I can understand, it's basically, this is taking a monopoly position and it's putting it into a contestable environment. And then we're going to go through against the merits of the application. The benefit of it, though, wouldn't it be more beneficial, as Councillor Walker said, to be saying, well, a recipient who meets the requirements of the fund, and therefore we go into a partnership relationship, we are actually, it would be more beneficial for them if it was a 3-year funding scheme, as opposed to an annual scheme. So that's what we're moving to here. because that's what we need to be doing. It's a more profit. It's a better option for the providers of the services if they don't have to come back every year. And if the success of the scheme is such that actually we have to look at increasing the value proposition in terms of a funding debate, we'll do that through the long-term plan. So can that happen today?
Kia ora, and thanks for the question. So certainly through that sort of financial sustainability lens, we know that a commitment for year-on-year funding is really important to some of these organisations, because they can plan their cash flows, they can understand the financial model of their business, and know that there's going to be multi-year investment. It's certainly the intent that was something that was considered through the contestable process, and that we would likely bring back some 3-year investment streams. I guess part of what we would likely come back to you with in June might be a mix of both. And just as a hypothetical, if there was an organisation that maybe wasn't as strongly aligned through the investment plan principles, but there would be a significant financial impact on them by just cutting off the existing funding, we might recommend, say, a 1 or 2 year transition as they scale down investment as we scale up other investments. So this is where having flexibility around the term of investment based on the recommendations through the contestable process would be useful. But I take your point around the ongoing certainty that just committing to a 3-year cadence would provide.
If I follow on, Chair, see, I'm nervous about what you've just said, because to me it's like the benefits of what we have now versus of what we would be moving to in accordance with your option won't be fully realised until we have exited any of these transitional funding arrangements and the fund is fully available and contestable, and therefore presumably we could enter into 3-year partnership arrangements. So that makes me nervous. And secondly, I wonder, have officers put in any bids to ELT for increases to this funding as part of the long-term plan, or have you been counselled that maybe it's not a good time to do that?
I take it. Firstly, thank you for the point around the nervous nature around the transitional nature. That was a hypothetical that I provided, and I'm not saying that will happen. It was sort of an exemplar of how it might having flexibility around term might be advantageous in this fund. Around the quantum of funding through this community access scheme, no, we haven't put up a bid for the for consideration through the long-term plan. At this stage, we've been conducting the review and bringing back the advice to you first. I guess we're well aware that the operational nature of non-council operated facilities is highly expensive. You know, we know running facilities is a costly exercise, and so we have the Sport and Recreation Facility Investment Fund that can support into the development of new facilities, and that's been a great advent that came through the last long-term plan process. Certainly, we're aware that as we create more facilities, potentially in partnership, this will likely increase the need for operational support through time. So that is something we're really aware of, and that, but at the same time, we need to work within the financial constraints that we have as an organisation at the moment. So I think that's a conversation that could be had in the future.
Last question, Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate you letting me have another go asking a question, because I already asked one. I wanted to ask, this is really interesting. It's like a jigsaw, because we've been through the different phases and workshops and meetings of the policy and trying to make it more accessible and equitable. And I wanted to ask, in making it more accessible, it isn't just about who accesses the services that will be provided, the sports that will be provided, it's who's applying. So is there anything happening on that side in terms of building the capacity of those organisations that will be able to tap into this, as opposed to, you know, we've got a few bigwigs in there that are already getting funded because they have the capacity and the, you know, the structure there, but others that could possibly provide sports to our diverse communities in different ways haven't got that, so wouldn't be able to tap into this. Thank you.
Kia ora, and through the chair, it's a really good point around the capability of organisations to be able to apply for funding. So two points around that. Firstly is we work in partnership with the sports sector around the development of capability of various sports organisations, whether they be sports clubs, sports facilities, organisations that run community programming. That's usually done, so the capability build of them is usually the responsibility of the Regional Sports Trust Network, or in the case of organised sport, the regional sports organisations, to help support their various entities to build capability to deliver for their communities. We have some investment into that space to be able to support those organisations to deliver that mahi. However, I guess we do know that there's some disparities around the level of capability and the ability to, I guess, oftentimes have paid employees to be able to do funding applications, to make applications to a fund of this sort. So that's something that we are really aware of. Secondly, and this is probably a little bit of a tougher response in a way, running a facility is hard and it's complicated, and there is a level of competency that is required for organisations to be able to maintain a facility, to deliver programming from it, to be able to reach into their communities effectively. So through a fund like this, we are looking for relatively competent organisations that can deliver good quality outcomes for community, and making sure that our investment of this type of fund is I guess, targeted at organisations that can maximise the benefit, obviously back in line with the principles of the Sport Investment Plan. So we are looking to work with partners with a relatively good degree of competence, because we know how challenging some of that facility operational management can be.
So that's the end of the questions, and look, I'll start the comments off with myself and then straight to you, Councillor Dalton. I obviously had been talking with Dave, especially in regards to this, because obviously with Colma and the money we received from the regional fund. But then Councillor Cooper mentioned three of the reasons why this has come to us as to recommend the repurposing. And look, one of the key things I ended up deciding was putting the regional hat on, which I've always done. And based on that, but also about the Sport Investment Plan, Dave. So look, I again, that's why I wanted to ensure that waiting to around developing and implementing the community access scheme to a contestable operational grant is the work that I'm looking ahead for. So yeah, look, that's just my little sixpence. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. Hi, Dave. Thank you for all of this work. Geraldine, thank you for all of the work. So I mentioned to you, Councillor, I won't be supporting this, and I've got three reasons that I'd just like to work through. So, look, I think that, first of all, there's the legacy. They've been around for years, and I recall at the very beginning in 2010 that the organisations I know about had the heads up that be prepared, because this may not be hanging around for much longer. So they've had a few years with the fund. I think that to change it to contestable is pretty challenging on them. Some of them are receiving a great amount of money. What I would have done is at least 3 years ago, I would have moved these budgets to the local boards, ABS, OPEX budgets, and then transitioned them out in 2 to 3 years, probably 3 years. And then I would have disestablished the fund and put it into savings, which is possible. So you've spoken with the organisations. We've looked at their balance, some of their balance sheets. They're in a position where they know that the fund might not be hanging around, so they can transition out. They would need the support of that, and perhaps that could be done in 2 years. And then at that time it could coincide with the bulk funding of the local boards, who will then be in a better position to provide what would actually be the contestable amount, because once this is open to contestable, those funds drop, the applications increase. And I think fundamentally, arguably, these are not regional facilities. These are more local facilities than what I would consider to be regional. So that's one reason. The contestability is really limiting on the current organisations. I just think that it's not going to make it that much better for all of the others that apply either. And I do believe that it's more localised than what it is regional. Secondly, a contestable fund is going to create, it costs a lot of money to process grants. So it's a lot at the front end and it's a lot at the back end for the organisation, and you alluded to that, there's going to be a cost. It contradicts what we're trying to do in $90 million worth of savings. We're going to increase administrative load and it's going to increase costs, and I think if we cast a lean efficiency lens over this, that it will end up costing us more money to have a contestable fund, and that is in complete contrast as to what we're trying to do over the LTP. And lastly, the CCO review is very, very clear on our strategic responsibilities around strategy and policy implementation and governance of implementation and communications with council-controlled organisations. I think a contestable grants round of $1 million is going to distract us from doing what our role really is. I think I have a view on grants. I support regional grants, but I think we need to have a broader conversation about what is regional, how much time we spend on it, the cost of it, and focusing on what the recommendations have been for us as a governing body out of the CCO review. So those are 3 very different reasons why I won't support the contestability of this grant. Thank you.
Kia ora. If there's no further comments, just one clarification, Councillor Dalton, I just wanted to ask Dave about was the second point that you had. Dave, I'd be interested to sort of hear your comments around the administrative cost. I think it's important because if Councillor Dalton is right, I mean, look, that's, you know, at least it's there. But I just wanted to get your comment, please.
Kia ora, and through you, Mr. Chairman. So you are correct, and we have outlined it within the paper that there is additional resource in terms of staff time to implement a contestable process. And look, we believe we can do that within existing resources that we have within Parks, Sport and Recreation to be able to deliver that process. I guess importantly, what we are trying to do here is implement a policy that was adopted by this committee and make sure that we are, I guess, using the opportunities that when these different funding methodologies that we have into the sport and recreation sector come up, that we're considering them and making sure that they are aligned to the policy context. So I take your point, and yes, it will take some more time and effort from Geraldine and the team to be able to deliver on this contestable process. But we believe we can do that within our existing budgets. Thank you.
Kia ora, Dave. Councillor Casey, and closing will be Councillor Cooper.
It was just, Mr. Chairman, to respond to the issue that Angela raised, and I'd just like to draw the committee's attention to our page 32, which is attachment D. Attachment D, which is the responses from local boards. I won't ask Dave to talk to it, but basically local boards were very supportive, and 19 of them are actually interested in being part of the criteria for the future. You know, what is it we need to look at? Equity, housing density. They've given us a whole range of possibilities. So this is the start of a process that the local boards have said yes to.
Sorry, it is a question, and it is because Councillor Dalton's raised this issue, so it raises that with me is, so if these organisations are more local, then is it best in a different situation if they're not regional? So that's what's confusing me now, because we've kind of created that subsidiarity where you have a local board grant. So in your opinion, I mean, I've got no answer to this because and no biases, do these current groups more readily sit in a local or maybe a regional, sub-regional space? And yeah, are we treating it right?
Kia ora, and through the chair. So certainly that is something we have thought about through the review period. A couple of points on that. One is local boards do have LDI funding that they can invest into local facilities within the area. So there's nothing about this fund that's prohibitive to local boards being able to support facilities within their local community. Secondly, in considering things like equity, by maintaining this fund at a regional level, what it allows us to do is cast that view across all of Auckland and look at where the facilities lie, where they fit in terms of the context of the communities that they're in and the services that they provide, and consider that from a higher level and a regional perspective, rather than, I guess, let's say, dividing the fund up into 21 local boards, which would, you know, if it was purely done on a number divided by 21, it's about 50,000 per local board. I know we wouldn't do it that way, but potentially you lose some of the scale that we're able to achieve and the magnitude of investment into any particular facility, and the impact that we can derive from the investment may be lower. So there's a number of attributes that we need to consider, and I think, you know, it is right that it's maintained at a regional level. Additionally, it allows for flex and change through time. So as new facilities come online, as different organisations build into a more financially sustainable position, we're then able to move into potentially another local board area to be able to provide that investment based off the regional need across Auckland.
So it's kind of, you've got that, and then you can add in from a local board if you want to. If you want to do, for example, programs or...
Correct.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
For example, in the case of Colmar, in the past, they've received investment through this fund, and in the past, the local board has also provided investment into that facility as well. So it doesn't preclude local boards being able to invest into their local community organisations as well.
Councillor Bartley and Councillor Walker to finish off.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment from me. I look at things like real basic, and I look at what's going on, you know, on the ground. And I have one facility that I'm aware of. They have 2 tennis courts. One tennis court is really flash, and that's for their private members. And the other tennis court, which they are funded for community access, is really run down and pretty ratty. And that's the one that's open to the public. So I am, and that's regionally funded and locally funded. So I'm open to this process of contestability and following through with what you guys think is best, because I see the need and I appreciate where you're going with this in terms of trying to make things more equitable and accessible. So yeah, thank you.
Councillor Walker to close the debate, and I'll put the recommendation.
Yeah, so just a few comments. I guess one general concern that I've got is I would suggest that a number of these facilities, these are the current recipients, are not simply local, they amount to local board clusters, certainly sub-regional at the very least. So I have a concern around funding generally through local boards and then funding through council. At the end of the day, it's all coming out of the one pocket, and that's out of ratepayers. And I really think that we need to move towards funding and contestability across everything, because my observation across funding proposals to local boards is often they don't have the same degree of oversight, and in many respects contestability, if you want to put it, as is occurring regionally. And I think we're going to get into real problems into the future. I mean, you can have a facility that's in one local board, but it might be on the immediate boundary of another local board, or conceivably two other local boards. And it even becomes more complicated as activities expand. This applies not just to sporting facilities, but community facilities, art facilities generally. So I think there's a piece of work that's required to look at funding generally before we go down any number of rabbit holes. The other concern, and I have raised, is we need to look at multi-year relationships. I think that's critical. If we are going to have something that's more contestable, we need to make that process as easy as possible for people to fill in the data, so that if there is comparative data, that there are metrics there that go to that, so it's easy for the officers to achieve oversight. And most importantly, if we're applying contestability, there needs to be a great deal of transparency, so that one organisation can see what the circumstances around other organisations. Otherwise, we're going to, buy into bun fights, because there's only so much money around, and right now, any number of organisations are really, really hard up. I would suggest, Mr. Chair, that there may be a place for the regional sports trusts around this process that we're considering as well. They could be in the mix. So I think there's a bigger picture that we need to look at here, Dave. So their comments that I'm making, I don't necessarily need a response.
No.
Thanks, mate.
No problems at all. Thank you, Councillor Walker, for closing the debate. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Yep. And noted? Yep. Awesome. Okay then. Look, we've got 13 minutes before lunch, so we should get through the rest of the agenda by then. So look, I've just got item 9, the Regional Arts and Culture Grant Allocation. And Graham? Yep, Councillor Cooper. It's just that we had Councillor Casey in our run, but no, that's all right. We can put Councillor Casey as second. So Councillor Cooper will move, Councillor Casey will second, and tēnā kōrua. So I'll leave it to you, Graham. Can I also just acknowledge the staff for the drop-in centre? Drop-in centre. The drop-in session. Yeah. So thank you. Yeah, all the councillors went to the drop-in centre. So look, it's been moved and seconded. So yours, Graham. Kia ora. Introduce the young man on your right.
Kia ora, Chair, and good afternoon again, everyone. Just like to introduce Sam Mills, who's an advisor with the Arts, Community and Events Department. And the reason Sam's here with me today is because Catherine George, who's our principal advisor for our grants, is unwell and unable to attend today. So Sam actually assisted Catherine in terms of reviewing the grants. So he's here to answer any detailed questions, which hopefully have already been answered in our drop-in clinic that was held on Tuesday. So, but just in case, so I've invited Sam to come up. So I'll take the Regional Arts and Culture Grant Allocation Report as read, but I just would like to make a couple of prefatory comments before handing back to you, Mr. Chair. And that's just to set a bit of context, which is that the PACE Committee in August this year agreed that both the regional arts and culture grants round and also the regional community development round be fast-tracked and be held in one round for this year, open immediately, so they can be considered by this committee now as quickly as possible. And the reason for this is actually about providing as much opportunity to support organisations at a time of great need that's associated with the COVID situation. So just really providing the context that we're here today because of the decision that the PACE Committee made in August. With respect to arts and culture grants specifically, as you'll be well aware, COVID-19's had a pretty significant impact on the arts sector. Creative New Zealand's provided a bit of guidance around the role that local government can play, and it specifically said that actually maintaining existing levels of funding for arts organisations is probably more important now than ever to help them get through. So it's great that we're here to be able to consider some funding recommendations. So that's probably just the sort of key points, really. Again, take it as read and be very happy to take any questions that councillors may have. Thank you.
Kia ora. So look, I've got, I'll put questions and comments together in regard to this item. So are there any questions and or comments? Yeah. Councillor Mulholland.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. I just really want to acknowledge the fabulous work, and I see that there is a really nice regional spread. There's good organisations in here. I was, Chair, very disappointed to lose Te Pou Theatre to Henderson Massey, but they're doing a wonderful job there. So just loving the breadth and depth of the organisations that are being proposed and supported. So kia ora for that great work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mulholland. Councillor Walker, to possibly at this, and Councillor Coombe and Cooper. Yep, sweet.
Sure. So got a couple of questions. The first question is just around the funding for the photographic festival. Okay, and I see here that there's a one-off funding, a one-year funding of $40,000. It mentions that that's going to allow staff to work further with the organisation to assist transition. I know that that organisation, like others, is certainly concerned around multi-year funding, given it's a multi-year event. And by way of background, I also know that the festival this year, even through COVID, was able to extend its participation, extend its reach, and extend its audience. So compared to a number of other things in the art area, it's actually really robust, and it delivers across a whole range of things, including Māori, Pacifica, and the like. So what's the transition going to be? Because I know that that organisation is concerned.
Okay, well, thank you for your question. Through the chair. So, I'll probably just need to reiterate probably the key points that are outlined in the advice, which is that in the last LTP this committee decided to transition the Festival of Photography from having a discrete line item to being considered in the future as part of a regional contestable, potentially multi-year grant. But there was a 3-year transition that was agreed back then, which takes us through to this current time. So they've already been funded their grant for this current financial year, $72,000 equivalent. And this is an additional grant recommendation to help them through the transition to then be able to put forward a comprehensive proposal for this committee's consideration in the future for a multi-year grant next year. So that's the arrangement. So this is to support the transition to a consistent approach that's as per the regional grants policy.
So just following on then, if everything goes according to plan from a timing perspective, they'll be in sync in terms of ongoing funding.
The timing will be, I think, a bit of a challenge because they've had to usually receive their funds in July following the commencement of the new financial year, whereas it will be dependent in the future if this committee decides to fund them through this process. It's likely to be a bit later in the calendar year, depending on the timing of the grants being considered. But this additional funding is aimed to help manage that timing transition, because it's an additional grant in the same financial year that they've already received funding.
Okay. So the other question I've got is around something that's not here, and that's around the Q Theatre, and I don't know precisely where that's at, but do we need to make some provision for that facility that I understand the council is taking an increasing interest in?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, Q Theatre does have its own line item, to use the sort of the terminology, in the long-term plan and the annual plan, and that will be considered separately from the regional contestable grants process. And I understand there will be a paper coming to the Finance and Performance Committee, hopefully in February, to provide a more detailed update to councillors and some advice for the future.
So does that include your comments too, Wayne? Because, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Walker. Councillor Coombe, then Councillor Watson.
Tēnā koe, Chair Alf. I'm very happy to support these allocations of funding to arts organisations, and thank you for all the work that goes into the applications. I know it's a big job. I just did a partai is more in relation to procedurally, and just wondering why we are not resolving on the applications that we're declining, because I would have thought we'd want public visibility around that. I know it's, there's some hard decisions here of what's missing out, but we're only we're making the approvals, but we're not making clear what we're declining.
Okay, through the chair, I don't actually have a probably well-informed answer to that question. It's a good question. I suppose just thinking it could be an inevitable implication of approving what's been approved and acknowledging the paper here that the ones that are declined are listed and are by definition declined, but maybe in the future that could be more explicitly acknowledged.
Look, let's have that discussion around that, because I know with the Regional Events Fund, what we do is we follow up with those applications that are not successful. The staff follow them up anyway, and just to advise them, what you're asking, I think, is that we include them in the recommendation. I think let's have a discussion around that, with our staff to have a look at it. I don't know whether having their organisation as one who missed out in our recommendation is advisable, but that's only my view. But what I'm asking is that let's have a discussion around that, because it'll be good to have one. Kia ora. Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Graham. Just very briefly, getting back to the Auckland Festival of Photography Trust, and I bring that one up because I remember it from when I first came into the council, and it was one of those organisations that genuinely delivered right across Auckland, and a lot of things that come before us, it's kind of academic interest, because we don't see it in our ward, when they think, but this was certainly one that was all over. So I really just want to check with you what's happening. I get your comments in terms of this grant, the end of 2021. The comprehensive application for multi-year funding, when did you say that comes back to the council, comes back to this committee? When does that actually occur?
Yeah, through the chair, that will be in the
Yeah.
And so it'll be FY22, financial year 21-22 will be when that will be considered for the potentially for a 3-year funding period, depending on the advice at the time.
Okay. So, and you said that these sorts of items now only coming to us once a year, and so it'll be, I assume, roughly the same time of year, is it?
Through the chair, this year's an anomaly.
Okay.
We were having one round this year, but usually there's 2 rounds in each year.
And we're more likely to be going back to that.
So it would, I can't say with certainty, but I would imagine it'd be more likely that it would be in the earlier half of the financial year that might be considered, but we'd need to see what transpires.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Thanks for that information, Graham, and for that that analysis that occurs in points, 21 to 24, because I think that really spells out the background. That's really helpful, putting this particular organisation in context. So thanks, Mr. Chair. Just like to. I'm not going to make any comment, but I just thought I don't often comment on these applications. That's one that has stood out for me over a number of years, and I'm pleased that Graham has spelt the path forward there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Fletcher and then Councillor Cooper to close.
Well, thank you. To a degree, my question was just asked by Councillor Watson, and that was on the multi-year component to this. But seeing as I have the floor, I want to recognise that like the previous item, none of these things are new. They've been around as we've grappled with what should be an appropriate council response, and I've taken a strong interest since the formation of the Amalgamated Council in the evolution of our arts policy. And I just want to add my voice to that of our chair in really acknowledging you, Graham, the clarity of thought that you've brought, the way in which you've encouraged us to look at the strategic relationships, how we can leverage off those, and in more recent years, just working with you on the James Wallace Arts Trust. I will miss you greatly. I think you are a real loss to our council. You just bring a wonderful calmness. The arts can get us all quite feisty at times, but you do bring this calmness and clarity, as I say. And what I would like to ask you by way of a question, with the experience that you've now had of council, and you've heard, and as was the case in the earlier agenda item as well, the concern that some of us have on the administrative costs associated with these things, do you have any parting thoughts of advice that you, unshackled from the the council whānau, so to speak, that you could give us? Because I think grants, you have ensured that whether it's the disability sector, the youth sector, that there really has been equity in the way that we have approached these. But I would be really interested in your thoughts on how we can ensure that the administrative costs of these going forward don't outweigh the actual time and funds associated.
Well, thank you very much for your kind words through the chair. I've still got 1.5 days to go, so I probably need to be careful. Obviously, just off the cuff, my thoughts are that certainly having clarity of eligibility criteria and being really clear about what we're looking for is really important, and having agreement around that. I do think that having multi-year commitments is actually really important as well, because I think it's really important for organisations to have that certainty and a degree of certainty going forward. And I do think it's very difficult for them to be going year after year making applications and not having that continuity of certainty. So I think in this case, where you've got 15 arts and culture organisations with multi-year grants sequenced, I think is quite a good approach. But I do think it's also important that there is remains some openness to other organisations having an opportunity to get involved, and therein lies the conflict between those long-standing relationships and the ability for new organisations to actually be able to get access to some grants, and I guess also holding existing recipients accountable for their ongoing performance. So I do think the balance is somewhere in between, and it's probably about right if you can sort of look at it that way. So just some thoughts.
Well, best wishes for whatever comes next.
Kia ora. Thank you.
And Councillor Fletcher, you also know that Graham led the multi-funding for our events, which we have some of them through your role too, Graham, so thank you. Councillor Casey now has a question, and then...
It's a tiny comment.
Yeah, I'll comment, and then Councillor Cooper will close.
Thank you. It was just to acknowledge Catherine George. She's not here today, but, you know, we asked her to do a whole year's work. There was 60 applications were processed by her with some help from Sam, and she's not here. I hope we haven't killed you off, Catherine. Amazing. I meant that nicely. Yeah. Amazing professionalism, and she has an amazing experience and institutional knowledge of all these groups, and she did a fantastic job. So if you're listening, Catherine, congratulations. You see by the response of the councillors today to your work. Thank you very much.
Councillor Cooper to close.
Yeah, kia ora. And thank you, Graham, for your service. Yeah, I really appreciated the opportunity to go and sit with Catherine and just go through the application, or just, you know, ask questions, so we didn't take too much time here. It really clarifies it. So thank you for that. What I'm really pleased about is to see that real support of Māori arts. Especially, we've got quite a good hub now at Corbin Estate with Atamera, Waitapu carvers, and Te sorry, lost it now, Te and I think it's probably the only place in the country where we have a collective of Māori arts like that, and what it means for that group, even though they didn't plan to end up being together. It's a place where anybody in Auckland can go to experience a multiplicity of the arts, te ao Māori. So thank you for that. So I just commend this to everybody. I think it's a great piece of work, and I think it's not a huge amount of money, but it gives confidence to groups to be able to keep going. Thank you. Thanks, Sam.
So again, to both of you, thank you, and also pass it on to Catherine for us. And again, Graham, all the best to you and your whānau in regards to your new journey. So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Look, I know that we're in lunchtime, but I want to finish off this last one. Graham, I think you're still there with Christine, or is it just you, Christine? Yeah, I wanted, and then that way at least we then move into our Kataraina and Paul in regards to the next items. So look, if you just bear with us. So this is the Regional Community Development Grants. I will move. Second, Councillor Casey. And Christine, all yours. I know that the councillors and independent Māori statutory board members of the committee have read it. So I'll just leave you if you've got any opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Atamare koutou. As you know, I'm Christine Olsen, Manager of the Community Empowerment Unit, and like Graham said, my good friend Catherine is not here today, so it's just me. With the Regional Community Development Grant, we've recommended 11 organisations for funding. We had a strong emphasis this year on looking at supporting COVID recovery, so we had a lot of applications that were suggesting projects that were directly addressing new and emerging community needs and concerns and the impact of isolation on already vulnerable communities. So we had a real focus on that, as well as maintaining our
community grants outcomes and the Empower Communities approach focus. A number of grants that we're not recommending, we will be supporting those organisations or to find other sources of funding to help them develop their proposals for next year and handing them over to other areas in council that their projects might fit. And then finally, I'll just say that the total fund is $295,000. Last year, this committee approved a 3-year strategic relationship grant for Belong Aotearoa, which was for $30,000. So that leaves the total of $265,000. So that's the recommendation today to allocate that $265,000 across the 11 groups. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Christine. So, comments, questions and comments together? Councillor Mulholland and then Councillor Cooper.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. I just do want to have this opportunity to thank you for the work. One of the groups I want to acknowledge, and in the past I have declared I've been a national marketing manager many, many years ago for the deaf community. So, you know, they do struggle greatly with some of the funding opportunities. So I really commend this. And another organisation who I have found incredibly helpful and supportive is Age Concern. So, Chair, I'm very supportive of the work that's done in these fabulous groups. Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora. Councillor Cooper at this stage to close.
Oh, okay, so one, yes, having brought up a deaf stepdaughter, who went through Kelston and the deaf school, etc. You know, there's a real dearth of support for those because everyone thinks it should be the government, but high Māori Pacific population and the deaf population, and I think, you know, anything we can do to help is great. The other thing I just want to say and acknowledge that you will be working with Rānui 135. They just didn't have a great quality application, but I know community development in Rānui is, you know, a lot of job losses because they're all in the retail, you know, and all the sort of service sectors. But that group works with our youth, and it's a very high youth, a very young area. And so I'm really pleased to say, even though they didn't get through this time, that the staff will be working with them to develop that because there wasn't much inherently youth in here, but also a high migrant community. So I hope that some of these groups touch the refugee and migrant community because a lot of them come out west. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll just respond to that we are actually going to fund that project through another source, so it will be happening.
Kapai. So, the debate's been closed. I will put the recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. According to that clock under no smoking, it's just after 22 to 1. Yep. So look, we'll come back and about apologies to the staff that are looking at their watch, but we'll come back at 5 to, 5 past. So that's about 15, 20 odd minutes. Okay, thank you. So with the next few items, I just want to count first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, 11, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, 11. So look, with the next few items, what I have been advised that we can do, and it really is up to the committee. There's 5 items, and Paul, I think this first one is the key one, and the rest, and we'll try and do this whole lot. So look, item 11, I've got Councillor Cooper and Councillor Henderson. They will move and second this particular item, and it's the indicative business case for the aquatic provision in northwest Auckland. So I'll hand it over, before I hand it over, to Paul and the team. There is a note, a change to the recommendations that were up there when the agenda went, and that note is to delete note, interesting enough, and put request. So I've spoken to both councillors Cooper and Henderson, and they're okay with that, as well as spoken to Paul. So we'll do that, and we have the quorum. All yours, Paul. Thank you. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou, Pomera Loi Taku Ingoa. I'm going to take the report as read. Can I just make one observation when it comes to that amendment to C? It would be ideal to also delete the word can. So when you request that funding of up to 250,000 be considered. Happy to answer any questions.
Kia ora. Any questions? And I'll take questions and comments together. Yep, questions first, and then I'll get Councillor Cooper, who is the mover, to close the debate. Councillor Henderson, followed by Councillor Newman.
Thanks, Matua. Yeah, look, I've spoken a lot about this, particularly in the last month, so I don't think I need to bore my colleagues with the same arguments again. I just have a question, and I did ask the Henderson Massey local board reps this, and I thought it would be good to get your perspective too. So this pool was envisaged to be a sub-regional facility to service the communities of, for example, Kumia, Huapai and Hobsonville and Whenuapai. Would that be correct?
So through the chair, the research that was taken in terms of the need was looked across a number of different catchments as part of the Northwest. So, yes.
Councillor Newman?
You'll be aware of the question that I raised this morning. Very unwise changes to the law previously in relation to removing the facilities from the schedule of activities that trigger contributions, but there must be other projects, capital projects for growth in this part of Auckland that have been attracting some funding, or I presume will be attracting funding, and this should be attracting funding. So how do we link that?
So through the chair, you are correct. They removed the capability to DC fund for many community facilities and services. That was, of course, put back into the Local Government Act about 18 months, 2 years ago. So that does enable council through its DC policy to change its DC policy and do development contributions for things like aquatic or leisure. We aren't currently collecting development contributions for those purposes. So other community facilities that have already been approved on the current long-term plan, for example, at this stage are fully ratepayer funded. The only part, so I'm not an expert on DC, sorry, Councillor, but you know, stormwater is DC funded, parks acquisitions and parks development is DC funded, but none of these aspects under the Community Facilities Network Plan are DC funded.
I'm just wondering, in your forward piece of work for the development of the detailed business case, that should also be informing a concurrent work stream, which is the reconsideration of the schedule of projects within a DC policy, and I would expect, well, unfortunately, because the West has no pool, that it would be a significant change in service levels which can't be growth funded, that will have to be rate funded, but there should still be, I would have thought, given the growth in the area, a very significant contribution from the growth community for activities, for infrastructure such as this. The issue is the timing, and I'm concerned because we've got quite a long lead-in time here, very, very long lead-in time, but the growth is not occurring in that time, it's occurring at this time, and I want to make sure that they are charged for that.
So we can definitely pass on that to the finance team who does the development contribution policy. And as you know, there are long lead times because the two kind of priorities ahead of this one are Flatbush, that has been sitting on long-term plans for some time, and the faux aquatic. And so both of them at this stage are kind of sitting there already approved and of course waiting. So we will talk to finance about when it next reviews its DC policy about what it is looking at in terms of getting development contributions, as we can now do under the Local Government Act.
Chair, one more thing. I mean, firstly, I think that it shouldn't be driven by finance, it should be driven by you and finance, because the policy is a product of the projects that are scheduled. So it should be driven by what you find as per your business case and your planning. The second thing is that the other two projects that you talk about, this should be over and above that, not in line, because there's so much growth in Auckland. I mean, that Flatbush development, I mean, frankly, if we were still on the LTCCP of the Legacy Council, it would have been done a couple of years ago by now. So we're a million miles behind. The issue is that a lot of this has to be debt funded and we're up on the debt ceiling. So this is the reason to get on top of our debt situation, to give ourselves headroom to charge developers, because we've got a project that's ready to go now or soon. So the timing for this needs to align with that. So we need some advice. I would have thought we need some advice by the time we sign off the LTP next year.
So through the chair, we can make sure that the review of the Community Facilities Network Plan is actually due. We can wind in the financing of that network plan as part of that, and we will talk to finance about prioritising that work to have a look at the development contributions. Would that be, so that would, where are we now? So that's a project that we had planned around April to start. We'll just have to do the scope and looking at our current resources, but we can come back to you in the new year with a scope for that project with the timeframes, if that would be appropriate.
Chair, it's in our best interest for that work to be expedited, because it needs to inform this piece of work, because I don't want to see us undercharging for the cost of growth to the detriment of these communities. If Claudia can take that up, I'd be grateful.
It will be taken up and it's been noted, so there's no problems with that, Councillor Newman. Councillor Walker, I'll get you before Councillor Cooper because she will be closing. Questions and comments.
So I had I guess it's a combination question, comment, and it follows on directly from Councillor Newman. And that is the necessity to identify these projects as it goes to development contributions so that we know what the choices are. Because if we have areas, and for example, Hobsonville would be one of those areas where you've got incredibly rapid growth and it's filling up. If you don't collect the development contributions and the growth is gone, that's it. So we're talking about many, many millions of dollars that we are foregoing across the region that we could and should be getting, and we're not. And structurally, that is impacting our debt into the future because we are just putting it off because at some point we need to provide facilities. So effectively what is happening is we're digging a hole whereby communities into the future, particularly new communities, are not getting the facilities that they need and may never get it, because this problem actually gets worse over time, structurally. And we need some analysis on this so that we understand it, and the people of Auckland need to have it explained to it through the long-term plan process so that they understand it. It is patently unfair. So I just really wanted to emphasise the comments that Councillor Newman is making, because I agree with them and we need the information around that. The other question I've got, and it just goes to the business case, it mentions the provision of indoor courts that's been scheduled as part of the Unlock Hobsonville Master Plan for the Wasp Hangar. That project has been fairly well advanced in terms of its refurbishment. That project delivers indoor courts at incredibly low cost because the existing structure is already there. It simply requires refurbishment. And my understanding is that the money for that effectively comes out of Unlock Hobsonville through the sale of land and the like, one way or another. So it does concern me as much and all as, yes, I don't doubt that there is a business case for the courts as it goes to this project, but equally it would be obvious that that makes the business case for the courts at Hobsonville even better. So I really think it's important for us to have some commentary around there. Otherwise, we're making decisions that are patently out of sync. So I just want to raise that issue, Paul. And I don't know whether that particular project is projectised in terms of development contributions, and I suggest not. So I'd make the plea that that be added to the list.
Okay, so just to let
So
you know,
I'm just raising an issue around that.
No problems at all. So just to let you know, as a result of what Councillor Newman's raised, there is a resolution being worked on around DCs. But what I'll do is, if you're finished, Councillor Walker, Councillor
No,
Cooper.
I've just got one other question.
Yeah, and then Councillor Cooper will close, but then we'll put the recommendation up there. And if it's okay with Councillor Cooper and Henderson, we will show that very soon. So, yeah, your last question, and then I'll get Councillor Cooper to close.
The other question that I've got just goes to the business case. Quite obviously, the business case mentions the courts. It also mentions I guess what I'd call a gym facility. That's an integral part of it. And I'm assuming that assists in the ongoing operational function of the overall facility. That is similar to the business case that was put up for the combination pool and gym in Albany. And I take it that's the model that we're working on. So I just wanted some confirmation around that. So I'm assuming that we're going to have that gym because it, if anything, is more significant in terms of an operational business case than the indoor courts.
So through the Chair, the Community Facilities Network Plan promotes multifunctional facilities, but as part of that investigation and the detailed business case, they will look at that gym provision in terms of the proposed makeup of that facility and what components.
I read that as well. But look, there's the Councillor Cooper. If you could have a look at that has been put up there just to cover off in regards to that. So Councillor Henderson. Okay, well look, you've got another little comment or question, and so Councillor Newman, that's just to cover off on what you've said. Councillor Henderson, and then Councillor Cooper will finish off, because the best thing is let's put this recommendation out there.
Yeah, thanks, Matua. Yeah, let's let it roll. But thanks, Councillor Walker, for reminding me what I was planning to ask. How have you been dealing with Waitakere City Football Club that currently occupy Fred Taylor? And a supplementary, just on gyms, I'm sure that would be one element of things that they would be very interested in, because they are quite keen to develop and use their own site better as well. I think there could be partnership opportunities there. So what's your view on that?
So through the chair, in terms of Fred Taylor Parks, so that's in the report we're proposing to do some more investigation on that, and there are some ongoing developments that may have an impact on the park. So it's probably a little bit too early to make comment with respect to that. And with respect to partnerships, that's generally something that gets investigated in much more detail as part of that detailed business case. So once we have a better understanding of the facility, then that creates that opportunity to look for partners. Kia ora.
Councillor Cooper to close.
Thank you. I do have a question. So, $250,000 is an awful lot of money. What's the makeup of that? Is it because it takes a long time and you need a lot of highly skilled people? Is that really what it is? We're paying people what they're worth and it takes a lot of time.
Yep. So through the chair, we do need quite detailed professional advice, and those professionals would be your quantity surveyors, architects, as we're getting into quite specific details. So that's where the money goes, and it goes quite quickly.
No, that's good. Okay, so I guess for me, I mean, and the other thing is, yes, I do get the concerns around the wasp hanger, etc., but I wasn't sure we hadn't unlocked Hobsonville in the Panuku program, but yeah, I am concerned if we get a bit diluted, and we've got to be careful how we do this because there's limited money. And for me, if we can provide what I like about both of the options at the moment is that they really at the confluence of 3 local board areas and at a metropolitan centre, and so that is really important to me, that we've got it really close to bus transport, easily accessible to our cousins in the north and Kumeu, Riverhead, and Greenhithe, all the Hobsonville, West Harbour people. So for me, this is really important to get on with it because we are underpooled, as we know. You've heard all about it and probably bore you to death. But I am concerned about talking about gyms because at Westgate, we already have 3 to 4 commercial gyms, and it's like just getting into the market when we may not need to. So and the thing is, all this will be teased out in the study. So I don't think we need to be providing the answers. We don't need to be trying to direct it to get to a certain outcome other than we need swimming. And I think that's really critical. So I'm really pleased that we've got to the stage, and I appreciate, Mr. Chair, that you put the request in there rather than note, because this was the only Ollie, when we did the Ollies, that was outside of the 10-year plan. So everybody else had the opportunity to get something within 10 years. It's gone now, but at the time. So I think that it's good that we do that. And as Member Brady said, it was 25% of the regional growth, now it's 30%. And it is a very young population too. And the other thing I'm very pleased about is this, when Westgate was mooted, we were very worried at Waitakere City that an existing, one of the largest suburbs in the country, which had bugger all, to be quite honest, because it was one of those dormitory suburbs, would be very hard to retrofit and everything would go to the new area. And that sort of is playing out a little bit. So to be able to provide a facility that can serve the old and the new, and is a big walk-up catchment to our young Pacifica people in Massey, I think that's a great outcome, and it meets a lot of our equity and demographic outcomes. So thank you.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Move on to the next item, and Councillor Fletcher, in regards to your request, we're just waiting on one of the staff members to be here before we even consider going into confidential for the Three Kings item. So we're just waiting for that. So we'll move into the investigation of the Central Library. Councillor Casey and Councillor Coombe, are you okay to move in second in regard to this item? So it's been put on. Yes, I'm here. I just wanted to get that so I can put it on, and then I can get a discussion done.
Yes, I just had a little error that needs to be fixed. The proper name of the library needs to be included.
Yep.
In A.
Yep. So I just needed to see if you were okay to second. And
I'd like to second it with the name of the library included.
Okay, so then, So it's on the table for discussion. So Paul and Corollas, yeah, or yours and Merla. Kia ora.
Okay, very quick introduction. We've done an investigation in terms of the Central Library. The proposal here is that we move to the next stage, which is an indicative business case. Funding is allocated for that purpose. Happy to answer any questions.
So, Merla, I just wanted to look at what's the official name that Pippa was, Councillor Coombe was referring to, so that can be changed.
Are you referring to Pātaka Kōrero? Tamaki Makaurau? Kōrero, yeah. Sure.
That's all right, it's long,
Sure.
and then
Yeah.
it's on the table. So, there's any questions, comments? Because I'll take both. If not, Councillor Watson.
Yeah, just a couple of questions on this indicative business case from someone of outside the central city. So as far as its role as a regional destination facility, is that its current classification?
It's currently, through the chair, it's currently classified as a regional/local facility in the community network facility plan.
Okay, so if it was to have this regional destination facility, what that lifts it up a bit from that combination that currently exists?
Through the chair, the intent is that there's more emphasis on the central services rather than local. At the moment, the services are very much local in nature. What the business case is looking at is more realignment towards being more of a destination than service the local residents, although the local residents are obviously a core market.
All right, that just surprised me, Mr. Chair, because I know that the Central Library is used from people all over Auckland, particularly students that come over. Just in terms of one of the other aspects of this business case is, exploring a potentially alternative location. I think I saw that somewhere in there. Was that correct? Yes?
Through the chair, that is one of the options.
Okay. So, that's going to come out in the wash, but I'm just kind of curious to know what other locations exist that would exceed the one that currently exists in Auckland. Do we have some indicative research as to where that would be in Auckland city centre?
So through the chair, we don't have a specific site in mind, but as you'd appreciate, the city centre is going through quite a lot of redevelopment, and that creates opportunities for us to partner with potentially commercial developers as well and look for other sites.
Councillor Walker, Fletcher and then Henderson.
Sure. I just note that we've got funding allocated for the indicative business case, but in respect of the funding for the project itself, have we projectised this for development contributions so that we're actually getting money from, in this instance, the wider Auckland catchment, but particularly the centre city area where there is a massive increase forecast in population and obviously concurrent development contributions?
So through the chair, it's the same situation as the previous item. So that Local Government Community Wellbeing Amendment Act 2019 entered into force on 14th of May of last year. And I think normal process for council is that we update our contributions policy in tandem with the long-term plan. That was the process last year.
So just in that respect, are we crunching the numbers on this? I mean, we can pretty much guess at what the costs of the library are so that we can incorporate in the development contributions that we're going to be going out with next year. And we're working on those now.
So through the chair, we do have some financial models that start calculating those, but of course, because the Central Library has a range of different functions in terms of regional as well as local, then we have to apportion that impact, and that impact has to be growth driven. So it does get reasonably complicated quickly.
Is that a yes then? We are, okay, that's great.
What an interesting report. Thank you very much. I've really enjoyed reading this. Going back a number of years now, when Study Auckland was launched, that brought so many international students into the Auckland area, the library was used very much as part of the attractiveness of Auckland. Could you speak a little further? The report doesn't go into that specifically, but you know, we're in the COVID world at the moment and we're not seeing as many students, but if we ever emerge again in a post-COVID world, what might we anticipate from the needs of that student community? And a question posed to me by the councillor Newman on my left here is, well, why isn't the university library dealing to that? I haven't had too much time to explain to him some of the difficulties in and around that, but I just would be really interested because a lot of the economic vitality of Auckland came about because of those students and the role that you have played in the past. So just some commentary on that would be helpful.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. You're absolutely right, and COVID has hit the CBD and including the Central City Library quite significantly. The international students, whether they visit, whether they are enrolled in private providers or AUT or the Auckland University, do use our library for a range of reasons. Sometimes it can be actually that their apartments are very small, so it's a locality issue that it's closer for them to go. Auckland, both of the universities have good facilities, but there's a lot of students. When Auckland is full of students, there are a lot of students in the city, and so they're a big customer base for us in a non-COVID environment.
Can you translate that to numbers? You know, at the sort of peak, can you give us an idea of what kinds of numbers of students that you might expect to see?
Of just students?
Have
we got that in the report?
Have you got a breakdown on that?
Okay, I haven't got it with. Sorry, I haven't got it with me.
And through the chair, so just prior to COVID, we were doing quite a lot of intensive research with users of the library, and that was the biggest impact on that piece of research, is that we didn't actually have the students to be able to get a sense in terms of their proportion. So as we do that indicative business case, it will be important to fill that gap of information that's missing, because certainly we do have good previous data and a good sense of what the users look like, but we don't have a sense of their experiences and what they're specifically using it for and for how long, and that's quite important. But we also get a sense that I guess part of the attraction of the Central Library is also that there are a number of books and resources that are available in a whole range of languages, which are, that's probably one of the key features of that library. So people will be coming and reading those materials in addition to just studying as well.
Have Councillor Henderson, then Darby, His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Coombe, and then Councillor Walker, and the rest of Tāmiki Makaurau. So.
Thanks, Chair. I'll try and be quick. I'll make a short comment before I ask. I've got a couple of questions, but I need to point out that in the context of these questions, I really, really support what you're doing. I think that a Central City Library is extremely important to any modern city. I visited the Central Library in Mumbai, and that was beautiful. That was a tourist attraction in its own right. And that's the sort of vision that we should be looking at for Auckland, is something that people will say, look, that's a public facility, but we've travelled here for it. It's amazing. And that's all we need to do. But I've got a couple of questions on it. Te Manawa was a hugely successful multi-purpose destination facility. Is that what you're looking at for the Central Library, that kind of model?
Well, certainly, if you look at new developments around the world, that is the model that's increasingly important, and our community facilities network plan suggests that. However, there are some elements of Auckland's Central Library which is different from Te Manawa, for example, including the extraordinary heritage collections that are looked after in that building, and the city archives. So those are services that are in that building which are unique to New Zealand and the world. Yeah.
Good. So I didn't catch this in the report, but what are the numbers and users trending year on year for this facility at the moment?
Through the chair. The numbers are declining. Over the last 5 years, the number of visitors have dropped by 7%. What's interesting is that across the network, the decline is much more visual, much stronger. And that just shows that the visitors to the Central Library are still attracted to the facility. Also, a bit of a caveat is that we are tracking people who use a library card, and there are a lot of users, especially in the Central Library, who come as casual visitors, and they may not have a library card or may not use their library card, so it's a little bit harder to get a good understanding of who they are and where they come from.
That's fascinating, that answer, because it sort of leads me to think we had discussions about venue numbers before, and maybe those venue numbers declining aren't as accurate and written in stone as we might have thought. And actually things aren't declining as much as we might have thought. Is that true? And sorry, I've got one more question after this.
So through the chair, we have had declining numbers face-to-face and increasing numbers in electronic. So we do track door count as well. So we're looking at both figures together. One of the other things that has happened in with the Central Library that has impacted has been the non-development of the St James Theatre. So there's been hoardings right up against the Central Library building for a good couple of years. We've also had scaffolding around the building for a year. So there's been multiple impacts on the Central Library visitation.
Thanks. One last question. Thank you so much, Aroha mai. It's been a bit of an all-the-rage discussion on selling and leasing, and this was actually tried in Takanini. I would not support this at all. Let's make this clear. But why are we not looking at that model in the central city? Why is it okay for Takanini and not here?
So the chair. So at the moment, we are just really looking at high-level options, as you can see in the report. Whether it's a lease or own model would be looked into a commercial case. So that's much later in the development of the options. Normally in the detailed business case, really.
Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. Merla, I have to say I'm not partial to going with the Auckland Central Library. For me, I just feel like it's not an attractive building. And when you get in it, you can't see the light. There's no relationship to the outside. It feels like a mausoleum. And that's no criticism of you as the manager of our libraries. It's what you've inherited. So just in the coursework that you've done, have you ever polled or surveyed, users on how they actually feel in the building and what they say? Not about the book experience or the learning experience or whatever they can do there, about just being in this structure.
Thanks for the question. So the chair. So we have received a lot of feedback about how people who use the library feel, where they sit, the noise level being an issue, the fact that different activities take place together, not so much about the light or the actual building itself, but there's certainly been negative feedback. What I thought was interesting in terms of the attractiveness of the Central Library as a facility is when you compare the number of visitors or visits per inhabitants between Auckland and Christchurch and other libraries, were relatively low. So that suggests that there is opportunities to make the library much more attractive through architecture, also through services, to a much larger and wider range of people.
Through the chair, and just in response, I mean, you're right, those are some of our challenges. The building was designed in the 60s, first part built in the 70s, second part built in the 80s. You know, people have different expectations of a public facility now. So we did a very, very cheap and cheerful renovation. So if you haven't been in the last couple of years, you might notice slight difference in the light. So we have improved the lighting in there. But your point's well made. Thank you.
Your Worship.
Thank you very much, and it's an interesting report. You have to keep the status quo in, but if the status quo is that while the city's growing, the population visiting the library is going down, you know that it's not fit for purpose. My first question is, in terms of a broader purpose such as Te Manawa, and, you know, a very attractive surrounding to be in, are you seeing, I mean, how is a facility like that dealing with numbers coming in, given the fact that there's a greater use of digital? Because I'm just wondering, in 10 years' time, is digital going to be so prevalent that actually you don't need to have a library in the most expensive part of the city because you can work digitally from anywhere? So I'm just wondering, if I reframe that question a little bit, how is digital going to affect the overall impact of or place of libraries, say in 10 or 20 years' time? And will making it a broader facility such as Te Manawa reverse the trend of visitation?
Yeah, Your Worship, Mayor, I think that your points are very valid. I think that we are in a very changing world, and then we've got COVID on top of it. So I think that's the point of doing this investigation, is we do have a building which is not fit for purpose, but we're going to have to traverse a range of options. Our digital issues, for example, now are just over 22% of all our issues. So that's gone up. You know, but we're one of the highest issuers of digital material in the world in terms of library systems. So there are a number of different factors at play, and this is what this business case will start to explore, is the nature of a central library now, yeah. But Christchurch has seen significantly increased numbers with their new building.
Yeah, and the fact that we're doing much less well than Wellington or Christchurch says something that we have to change the nature of what we're doing and how we're doing it. My other questions, I mean, if you look at your last two options, a new building on the site or a new building elsewhere in the city, if your digital thing is projected to increase more and more, you probably wouldn't stay where you were. But if you did stay where you were, you'd maybe be looking at a joint venture using the airspace above the library and the community centre, or however you might evolve it. What's the value of the land that the library is on at the moment, and do you have any sense of the what you'd get towards the cost of a major reshaping, rebuilding, if you were to sell the airspace above for residential, commercial, or whatever else it might be used for?
Thank you for the question. So the land was valued in 2018 by Becker at $27.5 million, and the building was valued at $40 million. As for the potential for development, it's not my area of expertise, so I can't really answer that.
But through the indicative business case, that's something that we can explore and get some better data and bring it back to the committee.
Yeah, because, I mean, nobody needs to be reminded around here. We've just been looking at a swimming pool for $53 million, and we're on a very tight budget. So obviously, if we could make this library into a much better purpose-built facility, but get an extensive contribution towards the cost of that from selling higher floors in the building or leasing or whatever you decide to do, that's obviously a more attractive proposition in terms of being able to afford to do this, and earlier rather than later.
And just to add to that, there are some very good examples in Chicago where that has happened very recently.
Thank you very much. I think it's a good paper and we should pass it.
Councillor Walker, Coombe, and then Councillor Casey to close.
Well, I've just got a question around the civic nature of the library and if you like, the financing and the funding. If we look at the history of libraries in Auckland and New Zealand for that matter, and also internationally, but more particularly Auckland, the role of benefactors has been hugely significant, both in respect of the library itself and its collections. The same is true of the art gallery, which was the library. So in a circumstance where cities are remarkable entities, they exist in perpetual succession. Civic pride as it goes to art galleries, squares, libraries, are part of that integral civic function that often we seem to just forget. Is there not a case for seeking philanthropic support for the library? If you do something and you do it well and it's visionary and it's moving forward, and I would suggest that libraries will always be around in some way, shape or form, can't we do something really good? And can we factor that into the business case? And can that be done collaboratively, so it's not just something that's occurring within these walls, but something that we're going out to Auckland for, as we went out to fund this building, which was done on the basis of civic subscription, and so many other facilities like the museum up there on the hill. So I just tossed that in. Are we actively looking at that?
So the chair, thanks for the question. That's a really good point. And you're right in saying that if you have something which is visionary, which has mana, then you're more likely to attract corporate and other funding. The funding sources is something we look at the detailed business case. So there's a couple of steps from now, but we will definitely be looking at potential funding.
Councillor Coombe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the report. I have just a couple of questions. The first one is in relation to, it's quite a complicated governance structure for the library. This investigation is not actually going to be looking into that or making recommendations around the governance. So I see the local board resolved on confirming that they want to retain their local library. Is that's sort of off the table in terms of this process?
So through the chair, that's not part of the indicative business case.
Does it need to be looked at, or is it just kind of the status quo is just we're going to run with that?
So through the chair, then I guess that would be a separate issue and would require some options to be developed, and we'd have to just look at it in terms of the context of the allocated decision making within the Auckland Council Act, which has 3 different criteria in terms of how you look at how assets are allocated in terms of their decision making.
Yeah.
And there could be some options where you might have some co-governance as well, and we have some examples where that applies, such as in the domain. So, you know, that's probably a standalone piece of work.
Thank you. And then just a second question around the recognising the role that the library has for city centre residents and the 43,000 people who live in the city centre. And I know there's real fondness for the library as a very crucial venue and serving all sorts of needs for the city centre residents, including homeless. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing that to be incorporated. The question I had is just in terms of the way B is worded, it talks about that agree the future role of the Central Library could be those elements, but in the report it's got the statement of on paragraph 43 where it talks about the proposal for the Central Library of the future is as follows, and I just wondered, is that clear enough to be able to, that you're going to revise that statement that is the foundation for the business case? It's just a curious use of could be when the report's talking about this is what you want to take forward as the future. So I just want to make sure we're all land on that. That's clear enough direction for what you're going to take forward and how you're going to incorporate the new 4 into that.
Thanks for the question, through the chair. So it was never intended in the future role of the Central Library that the library would not serve local residents. So maybe it was more the fact that we were emphasizing the fact that it's a destination and serve a wider catchment. But local residents are obviously part of that catchment. So we could make it much more obvious that the Central Library also retains a local library role, if that's...
Probably not being clear enough. I'm trying to think of my grammar terminology. I need you, Councillor Cooper, you've got on these things. Where it talks about could be, that's more aspirational. That's not saying it is, whereas the report says these things are what is the vision. So is that clear enough for you to be able to update what's in paragraph 43?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I don't need to make any further comment other than it absolutely has my support for this work to progress. So thank you.
Okay. Councillor Casey's close.
I just need to twiddle with it. There is a wee mistake in the B. We've got Central Library twice. We've got Central Library could be a fit for purpose Central Library. So we need to take the second Central Library in number 4 out. A fit for purpose facility it should be if you want to be really pedantic. But in closing, I think you've heard today that what you have here is support from this committee. I think that the councillors and the mayor love our Central City Library. And if you've had a good read of the report, I would love a destination library that's equal to any of those that you've got in Geelong or Helsinki or the Netherlands. And more so though, after being at the South Atrium the other night, what's missing at the Central Library is a big event space. I care less about how it looks from the outside, Chris. I care more about what happens when people go inside the door. Oh, right, good. Inside the door is awful as well as the outside. Oh, well, we're doing the right thing and fixing it. Yep. The South Atrium, that was just a joyous thing the other night. The idea of the public being able to access that space, and that's what we haven't got. You can cope with 200 or 300, 300 max, but that means you're missing out on a whole range of things that can bring more people back into the library to discover it, not even back into it for the first time, to discover the wonders therein. And so I think the idea of a destination library is what we haven't had, and that will incorporate, you know, the local people's needs, the needs of the homeless community, because the library's always put that first. So I just see it as a wonderful. This is the joy for the next how many years? When are we going to get it? That's my question. When are we going to get it? What's the timeline on this, Mr. Chairman?
As soon as we can.
After the polling, I'm still doing.
So look, the debate has been closed. So I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Look, I'm going to move a precedent in regards to the agenda items. I know that Paul needs to go at 2:30 as well in regards to his family. But Councillor Fletcher asked as if the confidential items could be moved up. That would also allow yourself, Your Worship, to leave at 2:30 after the confidential items have been hopefully approved. So my recommendation is that the precedent is that we move now to item 17. Thank you. Second, and then we go into confidential after that particular item. So then the two confidential items will be heard, and that is firstly, it will be the Three Kings and then waste minimisation, and then we'll go back to item 13.
Thank you for your consideration, Mr Chair.
And my humble apologies to our staff who need to leave as a result, and also to our video people. Councillor, so I'm going to move. It's been moved in second.
No, you don't need to move in
Oh no, okay, it's been done. Councillor Butley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to declare a conflict of interest with item 17. I'm a director on one of the applications, on one of the organisations that applied for the fund. They got declined. Just kidding.
Yep, been
I'm
noted.
not going to say anything.
Be noted. So look, 17, the open agenda first, if we could get that done. So for those with our meeting, it's still continuing up until we finish this particular item, and we go into confidential. So welcome, ladies. If we just introduce yourselves, and then I know that the councillors and the committee has read the report, and I know there's also an item in confidential, which we will do at C2 instead of the first item. The first item will be Three Kings. So, ladies, introduce yourselves, and then we'll move into this.
Kia ora koutou, Chair, Deputy Chair, Mr Mayor. I'm Sarah Leclerc, I'm Waste Planning Manager at Waste Solutions.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Samantha Armugam, the Waste Planning Advisor for Initiatives.
I will move this particular item. Second, Councillor Mulholland. Second, so any comment? If not, I'll take it as read and see if there's any questions or comments in regard to this update. Any comments to make, Sarah, Samantha?
No comments to make.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? There's none. It's been moved and seconded. I will put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. And if we can then now move into confidential.
Sarah and Samantha have to leave while we do.
Oh, yeah. I just sent you a text. So look, my apologies. Also I know, and I realise that Paul has got whānau things to do, so at least we could get straight into item 13. And again, tēnā kōrua, and if you introduce the young man on your right, that'll be great.
Kia ora koutou, this is McLean. He's actually sitting up here for the wrong item, so he's just going to stay till his item comes up.
So Kataraina, just before. So Councillor Casey, you will move. Second would be Councillor. Yeah. Councillor Cooper, and I'll just leave it to you for any comments, Kataraina.
No, we'll just take the report as read. Any questions?
Any pātai? Kōrero. It's been moved in second. All those in favour? Against, carried. We'll move to item 14, and at least is this the right item this time? Good. So it's pardon? Yeah, council. So it'll be moved by Councillor. Yeah. Okay, Filipaina and Newman. Moved in second. Again, it'll open up for any comments or any pātai. No, there's none. So I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Kia ora. Thank you for your input, my friend. Item 15, again proposed land exchange. I know that Councillor Simpson is online, so she would like to move number 15. Can I grab a second, Councillor Walker? Councillor Young, Councillor Walker. Again, it's put on if you can introduce the young lady on your right again.
Kia ora koutou, this is Caroline.
Ko Caroline Stevens, toko ingoa. Kia ora.
Builder, have you got any comments to make, ladies? No?
No, we'll take it as read.
Kōrero. I will be moved in. Pardon? What was that?
I was just saying, is Councillor Simpson there? Because she was checking before if we'd done the item. Oh, you got it. Okay.
And so, look, if there's no, look, I'm going to, oh no, I won't offer Councillor Simpson to say something because of her voice. Yeah. So, look, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 16, Nikki and Matt. So apologies, moved by Councillor Koo, second by Councillor Mulholland. And all yours. If there's any comments or... You don't shake your head. You have to. Are there any comments? You take it as read. Okay, look, it's been any pātai, any kōrero? No? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Now, we done item 17. There's only one comment I've got in regards to item 18, and Councillor Young will end up moving this and I will second. I just want to acknowledge the staff. There was a World Urban Parks Awards, and we received a silver award for the large urban parks, and that was for Ambry Park in Mangere. So I just really want to acknowledge the committee for approving the flights to Rarotonga for myself, Maya, and anybody else to accept the award. Yes, in 2023. Yeah. So we'll be away for about 2 years. A Waka journey. Yeah, right. I got 2 shows of a Waka journey.
Proviso that it's a one-way ticket, I think.
Oh.
Cost saving.
It's
cost
getting
savings.
worse. It's getting worse. It's all about fitness and health and savings. No. So it's been moved and seconded. Well, John will help. Exactly. Yeah, John. Yeah, John. Yeah, John will definitely help with the waka. No, exactly. So it's been moved. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. No extraordinary business. Just want to say thank you to you all. It's good that we've finished before 3 o'clock. And look, it was just so cool. So thank you so much, Desley. Thank you so much also online and to our staff. And so look, to you, my brother, and to the sis out there in regards to Red Badge, thank you so much for this. Have an awesome Christmas. Brother and sister at the back over there, same thing. All the best for Christmas. And
Is GB still next
no, I'm talking about this committee.
Oh.
Yeah, this is from this committee. It's to say thank you all, because I know we've got GB next week, but I just want to say thank you to you all from our committee. Kia ora. Thank you, peeps. Thank you.